Who's on live? Where is the live?
Who got the lie? Yo, Ty has the lie, duh.
I give you a comment today, I twist. I packed it all up, but not so quick. Now you wrong right between my eyes. You wanna tune into the top, but live from the off, kiki and mainstream. And now you can see me on the big screen. Tap in, you know the vibe. Let's all tune into the top with the slide there. Get your L, get your I, get your motherfucking L, I-V-E, live. Get your L, get your I, get your motherfucking L, I-V-E. Who got the lie? Who got the lie? Said who got the lie? Who got the lie? Said who got the lie? Who got the lie? I said Ty has the lie. I said who got the lie? Who got the lie? I said who got the lie? Who got the lie? I said who got the lie? Who got the lie? I said Ty has the lie.
As soon as a murder song. Murder song.
I gave her that over what? I gave her that over what? Alright, that's how shake it.
She said that she want me. I gave her that cutty dip. I gave her that over. She said that she want me. I gave her that cutty. I gave her that over what? Came through up in a, came through a drippin' in a, came through a cut in a, came through, I came in a cut in a, I'm a C-U-N-T cunty, why? C-U-N-T cunty, why? C-U-N-t cunty, why? I came in and I'm giving you, now, I rather that shake it, now, I rather that shake it, now, ow, I rather that shake it, now, I rather that shake it, now, I rather that shake it, now, ow, I rather that shake it.
I will fuck up your town, call me Hurricane Sandy. Make your lights out, iPads come in handy. Cause I'm in the crib with my hoods and the family. The bitches don't like me, but they really can't stand me. Because I rock my rhythm to this. They wanna shake my ass, they wanna play my place. They wanna pop my pussy and feel like pop. Touch my kitty when I fix my niggas.
Kiss my lips, rub my nips, spread my legs. Fuck this click, bang that shit till I scream and shout. And with a couple more strokes and the green comes out, I say kiss my lips, rub my nips, spread my legs. Fuck this click, bang that shit till I scream and shout. And with a couple more strokes and the green comes out.
Calling me from an unknown number. Me not answer no unknown. Me not pick it up if it's a private call. Thanks to not answer no private call. Who calling me from an unknown? Me not answer no unknown. Me not pick it up if it's a private call. Thanks to not answer no private call. Who calling me? Who calling me? Who calling me? Who calling me? Me not pick it up, not pick it up. Me not pick it up, not pick it up. Then who calling me? Who calling me? Ow. Who calling me? Who calling me? Yeah. Me not pick it up, not pick it up. Me not pick it up. What? Yeah. Now pick it up if it's a unknown. Now pick it up if it's a unknown. Me now pick it up. Now pick it up. Me now pick it up. What? Yeah. I just seen a girl pull on the ground. I just seen a girl shake it all around. I just seen a bitch break it here, break it here, break it here. Don't stop. Pop that shit. Break it here. Roll this click. Yeah. Don't stop. Pop that shit. Touch this shit. Now let's go. Pop it. Shake it. Break it. Shake it. Yeah. Bitch. Pop it. Shake it. Don't stop. Bitch. Can't stop. I can't breathe. I can't stop. I can't breathe. I can't stop cause I can't what here. I can't stop cause I can't what here.
I will fuck up your town, call me Hurricane Sandy. Make your lights out, iPads come in handy. Cause I'm in the crib with my hoods and the family. The bitches don't like me, but they really can't stand me. My pussy and feel right.
My pussy didn't feel right.
My pussy and
Break it here. Break it here. Yeah, don't stop. Break it here. Oh shit. Oh girl.
Y'all see my mother right there, Christina? We got the peoples in the buildings. We got the services exponents in the building. I see all the good people. Yes, community medicine is in the building. You get your services.
We're doing 2 research studies. One is P3, that's for Black, gay, queer, same gender loving men, and the other one is Turn It Up.
Okay, all right, let's beat this music, honey, so they can really hear you. So you can introduce yourself. This is I'm on lots of let me introduce myself. So my name is Tajir, also known as Legendary Ticket Orichi. I'm a videographer for Ballroom. So right now I'm trying to connect the people and the services, the people outside of New York City that who watches my live. I have like hundreds of millions of people watching it all across the world. So just introduce yourself, your agency, and what y'all provide, what services y'all provide. All right.
Okay, hi, I'm Dr. Kiosha Bond. I am with the Love Project Research Lab at CUNY School of Medicine in Harlem, New York.
In Harlem, New York.
And we conduct research studies focused on the Black community and sexuality. And so right now we have 2 research studies going on. One is called P3, and it is focused on Black, gay, bisexual, queer, same gender loving men, as well as we have Turn It Up, which is focused on transgender, trans feminine, women of color. So we have this
Turn it up, y'all. Okay, thank you. And what other services you provide besides these services here outside of the agency? Yeah.
We're training future physicians. Like here.
Okay. And what's your name, love?
Janine.
How you doing, Janine? I'm Tigger.
I'm good. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you. You enjoying the ambiance? Is this your first time at you? Okay. I did it years ago with Exponents. This is my home right here. My fam, this is my fans right here. I'll be getting to y'all later. But yeah, it's a really overwhelming, but it's more filling for me. Like that was my purpose, my calling, was to reach out to people. People say I was a bubbly personality.
I need a hug. Everybody need a hug.
Okay. Yeah. Oh yeah. Y'all didn't even see the shirt. Okay. I need a hug. You want a hug? Okay. All right, y'all. Good to see y'all. Thank y'all so much for keeping coming. All right. Appreciate it. Hello, Exponents. What's going on, y'all? Can you just introduce yourselves and your preferred pronouns, let me know who you are, and your services y'all provide? Okay.
Okay, my name is Natasha. My pronouns is she, her, hers.
Okay.
And what we offer is we offer harm reduction services. We offer KSEC and recovery coach classes.
Okay.
And we also do free HIV, Hep C, and STI testing.
Nice.
Hi, my name is Johnson Jones. Pronouns she, her, that bitch, fabulous, the one, all of that. And we also offer a Kiki Lounge, hosted every
other Tuesday.
Yeah, every other Tuesday of the month. You can stop by. You've been there a couple times.
I actually was the one to host. I think I got kicking out with it was back in the day. Okay.
I mean, you should really come back and host again.
I know, but I have like 5 jobs. Like, I'm just too, but my heart is there. Like I'm in spirit.
We also have GED classes. We also have a RIDE. Now, RIDE is the flagship program that teaches you everything about HIV and AIDS, domestic violence, stuff that have to do with you and getting presenting yourself right. So once you go through a ride, you can get connected.
And can everybody participate in a ride, or is it a certain demographic?
Well, it used to be a certain demographic, but now we've opened it up to everyone. We can get you in there because everybody needs information.
Period.
Right?
And can you tell us your location, where y'all located at?
17 Battery Place, 8th floor.
17 Ballroom, 8th floor. So you can take the 1 train to all the 4 trains.
Or if you're in
Bowling
Brooklyn, you
Green.
can take the 4 to 5.
Yo,
to
shout
Bowling
out. So
Green.
come out here, just come into Exponent. Okay, improving your health and not your hope. Okay, period. All right, thank y'all. Hello, y'all. How you doing? I'm Tigger Orichi. I am a videographer from Ballroom. I'm actually here supporting Ballroom We Care, and just want to know who you guys are and what service you provide. I'm connected with Ballroom into access to other sites and things of that nature. So can you just give us your pronouns, introduce you who you are, and what y'all provide, your services? Thank you.
Yeah. Okay, I'll go first. All right, I'm Sophie. My pronouns are she and her. I'm the Assistant Director for Community Health at Ryan Chelsea Quinton Community Health Center and Hell's Kitchen.
That's a lot to say.
It
Can you say it
is.
one more time for the people?
Ryan Health is the name of our organization,
Okay.
and we've got 5 or 6 locations. And at our location, we're doing a lot of gender affirming care. So we have our brochures out. We do medication assisted treatment for opiate use, alcohol, crystal meth.
Okay.
And obviously we do PrEP and HIV treatment. And we're here doing the monkeypox vaccine for anyone who would like.
Awesome. And can you tell us the address, the location where y'all located?
Yes, we're at 645 10th Avenue.
645 10th Avenue.
Yeah.
So that would be the
That's
west side.
45th. Yeah.
So you gotta take the ACE train, 1125 train to Times Square 42nd Street,
Yeah.
or take the NQR train, y'all. So if you guys need to know where it's at, that's where we are. So you tell us the time frame y'all services when y'all open and when y'all closes. Y'all open on
Yeah,
weekends.
we're open from 8:30 a.m. to 7 p.m. Mondays, Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Wednesdays and Fridays. It's like 9 to 5. We have some weekends. You should be able to book appointments online.
Okay.
And
Okay.
anyone else want to
One
know?
last question.
Yes.
What is your purpose and why do you love doing the job you do?
What is our purpose and why do we love the job that we do? We are excited to be coming out into the community and doing outreach rather than just being in our normal day-to-day office and meet new people and talk to people. And I guess gender affirming care is just like my passion. I know Tim from Cal and Lord, so I've been doing this for a while.
I appreciate it. Thank y'all so much, y'all. So make sure y'all come and join here on 45th Street, y'all. Ryan Health Care from New York. Here we are. That's West, and also West 9th Street too. So come out there and enjoy, get your services and everything. That I appreciate y'all. Thank y'all so much. All right. Thank y'all. Appreciate it. We got the people in the building. We got the icon himself. Bugs, Orichi, aka Gutter, Pink Gorilla, okay? You want to depend on this tonight? So, what are you anticipating for today? What are some keynotes that you might want to give your...
Just touching on stuff
what you hope people would want to take out of this experience or this discussion?
Understanding that it's not easy to talk about addiction within the community, and it should be easy, especially when you're in houses and people say they care about you. You know what I'm saying? So it's like we might feel like it's not up to us, but it is up to us to help.
Absolutely. That's why I love my house now, because we all about family, okay? We say we have open house coming soon. I play. Okay. And here we go. We got Housing Works in the building, y'all. Hey, are you part of Housing Works? Can you come over here so we sit down so we can actually have a conversation, discussion? All right. So we got, I love this. So we got youth that start from the bottom, that not in services, they change care into the other group and trying to get people out there. So can y'all introduce yourselves, tell me your gender pronoun, what you like to be called, and your site, and all that good jazz like that, all right?
Okay, well, I will say, hi, I'm Corinne. over on Princess and Riverside. But here I am care navigator, Janice.
And your pronouns are?
Oh, her, she, like the chocolate. You know?
Okay, work it out. Hey, what services y'all? Oh, hold on. Before you do that, can you introduce yourself?
What's up, y'all? I'm Cotton. I work with Housing Work Youth Prevention Services. My pronouns are he, she, bad bitch Cotton. You know?
Okay.
Yes. You want to know the services?
Yeah, the services y'all provide. You just had a ball recently out there. I heard was very successful, so I couldn't make it.
It's okay.
I had a whole bunch of other stuff going on. I actually had to work and I got there late, and then also had house practice. But neither here nor there. Can you just tell us your services and what y'all provide, the location where y'all located, and the time of your service, all that good stuff?
So we are, physically us, we're located in East New York at 2626 Pickett Avenue.
Okay.
We provide services as far as under the umbrella of case management, medical, and the third one, it's three of them.
We also do harm reduction as well.
Yes.
You know, we can get you, you said medical right now, because that's the main thing right now, medical. Prep, definitely prep and pep, both of them. You know, we also have a youth clubhouse. We come in, you know, do game nights, OTA, well not OTA, excuse me, Vogue nights with, you know what I mean, the lovely one right here. You know, Fashion Forward's coming up, which will be sewing in, of course, runway, duh.
So yeah, we have a lot of
and
programs
support
for
groups
you.
as well. You know?
And so for us, the demographics, like, where is there an age gap that people can come to, or is there anybody can show up? Like, how
Well,
does
we try to use that umbrella of age, but we're for community.
Okay.
So you get what I'm saying? So we're for the community.
So-
So you fit in, get in where you fit in.
So even though like we usually serve, I believe it's like 18 to 25 for the most part.
Okay.
We also are open to helping. We don't turn anybody away.
Okay, nice.
So we will never not help nobody. But we do have programs that are specifically geared towards the youth that we do harm reduction. So we have to make sure that we take care of the youth.
Awesome. All right. Thank you so much. Make sure you come into your housing work no shop day. You know, to get your services.
The iconic housing work.
The icon.
The iconic housing work.
Okay, and GMC Pioneer. Okay, the building's here. So I appreciate it. Thank y'all so much. I think you trying to like bridge the gap, okay? This is how you bridge the gap, okay?
Okay.
Okay. All right, what's up? Good.
10 minutes.
Look at the people's out here, y'all. All right, make sure y'all come in. Also, don't forget the Texas Ball is tomorrow, y'all. It's gonna be a big thing. We love it here. And also, don't forget Jack's birthday ball. And speaking of birthday ball, let's hear a cute little clip from him.
All that work, I'm ready to beat this game and get my little Arcadia mania going. Let's go.
Your boy Seraph on the track, nigga.
Gamers, get ready. Rumble War 93, the return of Jack's birthday ball.
Sell it. You hear me tell her to sell it. Move. Yes, bitch. What? After 9 hours, I finally beat it. Did I just beat it? You saw that? After 9 hours, I made myself a shit out of her face, darling. I made myself a face. Proudly.
Right now. So it's very important, when you came in, the young man probably asked you to scan a barcode. The barcode will take you directly to the survey. If you haven't done so, please do so. Also, too, I almost forgot, you might see some cameras around. Y'all know the famous, what's your name again?
I scream it.
Which one was the things, he does his live thing, and it's growing, ain't it?
It's growing, yeah.
So he's gonna be doing live, so this is gonna be live. We also have some recording going on over here that's associated with one of our awardees, Alias. And Antar is in the back with Outpour, right? So he might interview you. And I think that's it, right? Okay, so we're gonna start in a few minutes. Roughly about close to like 10 more minutes, we're gonna start. Just hang in there for a little bit, y'all.
Enjoy, y'all. We got the butterfly honey, okay? You see this? Iconic, my mother. Mommy Richards in the building, okay? The butterfly. And of course, she has the icon herself, Nicole Bowles. You know, if y'all been following my journey, I've been following my platform, I've been supporting her. Make sure that really reach out and listen to her story. That's Nicole Bowles. That's NICOLESBOWLES. And you can hear her stories, her archives, and just reach out, support the trans, our trans brothers and sisters, and make sure they are well, and make sure if you know anybody who need any help in these services, make sure y'all reach out to these agencies that are out here that are providing these services for people and just seeing here. So yeah, I'm more than just ballroom, and of course I'm more than just balls and all that other stuff. I'm also human as well, and I'm here for my community and I'm here for you. So this is more than just watch it, all that other stuff, So yeah, so make sure y'all come out here. I will be at Quantico tonight if I can make it, God willing. It's just so much going on today and this weekend alone, and I also have a performance, fingers crossed, with the Red Hook Festival with Amari's dance company at the LA Freak. If y'all available, y'all can come here. It's gonna be at Fort Greene Park. We'll be going on at 4 o'clock, between 4 and 4:40, and straight after that, I'm going straight to Lakers Ball and being there for that, and you can follow me for that as well. And then don't forget, on Sunday, I'll be there for Jack's Birthday Ball, Rumble Ball 93. And of course, OTA Monday, which you can always come and watch the stream on the OTA Network. If you're not following, make sure you subscribe and hit that notification bell and all that good stuff. And also, if you want to look for me and other things, make sure you follow my Facebook page, my Instagram, and of course my personal page, Ty Morgan, and y'all can find me all the stuff I'm gonna be doing. Don't forget all that stuff. Any donations, that's really appreciated. Thank you so much. That gets me where I need to go. Most of the time, and doing it is not easy. Even just having this setup I have going on is more than just what you see me just press and play. So donations, all that stuff, it helps me to make better content. It also helps me to get to the thoughts that y'all want to about what y'all really want to see as well. So yeah. I'll be not talking more. If y'all want to hear more beats, I'm gonna put more beats up for y'all. In the meantime, yeah. This will be for y'all. In the meantime.
She want me. I gave her that cutty dip. I gave her that over. She said that she want me. I gave her that cutty. I gave her that over. What? Came through up and up, came through a dripping and a dripping and a came through a cut and a came through, I came and I cut and a I'm a C-U-N-T cunty, why? C-U-N-T cunty, why? C-U-N-T cunty, why? I came in and I'm giving you now. I read as that shake it. Now I read as that shake it. And now I read as that shake.
So we just gonna switch up the outline a little bit. We had the live entertainment that should be taking place now, but we kind of just switched it. So we're gonna do the award ceremony now, and then the live entertainment will be after that. Amazing spell. Okay, so Ballroom We Care is an organization that started in the end of 2017. We started out as a response to an issue that we saw in Ballroom, right? We didn't know that a few years later it was going to develop into an organization, right? We were just responding to what we saw as a need in the community. And us being quote unquote leaders, right, or influencers is what they call it nowadays, you know what I mean? We thought that it was our responsibility to respond to what was a crystal meth crisis in Ballroom. We got together, Uncle Mike is not here yet, but it was myself, Uncle Mike, Hector, Extrava, rest in peace, and Luna. It was the four of us. We got together at BBQ's 23rd Street where we all go, right? And just sat down and was like, well, this thing is happening, you know what I'm saying? So what do? And we was all looking at each other like, we don't know what to do, but we knew that we wanted to do something, right? And out of that came some ideas, again, not knowing which direction to go in, but we stayed consistent, which was very important. We stayed very consistent. And we met consistently and started coming up with some things to, you know what I mean, to do, and not only coming up with those ideas, but implementing them, right? So that was Ballroom We Care. Then later we said, well, we need a trans representation because we want to look like Ballroom, right? Because we all know that Ballroom is diverse, you know what I mean? Race, color, ethnicity, gender, identity, and all that stuff. So we wanted a trans representation, and we reached out to Nicole, and Nicole started supporting us, and we were, you know what I mean, becoming more and more of who we wanted to become, right? So fast forward, our mission today is to provide education, awareness, support, and culturally, which is very important, culturally competent resources for the community, for individuals in Ballroom who are struggling with crystal meth use and mental health related issues. That's what we do. Today we have a training that focuses on crystal meth. It's a one-on-one training, so it's not that too in-depth, but it's very important because it tells you about crystal meth. It tells you like the do's and the don'ts when it comes to providing support or responding to somebody who is using crystal meth. So I encourage y'all to do that. We sponsor balls, right? That's how we get the word out through outreach. I know that prior to that, I did a lot of work with Colin Lord, so that was like one of my things. So we do that. We provide counseling services. We have a support group that's been facilitated by the gentleman in the back who's going to be on the panel. So we do what we can do, right? And also, we also know that funding can be limited sometimes. So it's always important to encourage your friends with money to donate. And we got James in the building too. I had to shout you out when I thought about the groups because James have helped us out a lot with the virtual discussions that we've had. So those are the things that we do for Ballroom We Care. So in addition to that, it's also important for us because we are an organization from Ballroom to also highlight and maybe tackle some other issues in Ballroom, right? Because there's not a lot of us in the community that is doing things for the community. So I say that to say, when it comes to recognizing people, that's one of the things that we want to do as well. So we have a list of individuals that we are recognizing tonight for their amazing contributions to Ballroom. Give them a hand. Yeah, so on our list tonight we have Christina, who I always say Christina Richards. Christina Richards Tsunami tonight, who we are honoring for her contributions. We got Nicole Bow. That's right. Give it up. Give it up. We got to uplift ourselves. We got Caesar Valentina. We're talking about Caesar Valentina. Felix Rodriguez, Felix Milan Rodriguez, and the work that he's done. You got over here Mr. Milton Garcia and his cartoons and the stuff that he did. And then we also got this man over here, Tim Leviticus, who's from Ballroom, right? May not participate as many of us do, but still provides a lot of support to the community. And see, these are the things that we don't want to overlook, which is very important for Ballroom Week here. There's a couple of other awardees that they are not here yet. Stanley L., Brenda Reblong. They're not here yet, but they are also awardees, right? So give them a hand as well. Okay. So, Uncle Mike, we just talked about you. Talked to you in the building. Okay, so let's hand out these awards. I intentionally put this piece together that I'm about to talk about. Niambi, she's not here yet either. So Christina, stand up. Felix, not Felix, not yet Felix. Caesar, I want you to stand up for a second. Milton, Nicole, I know you got your thing, so you ain't gotta, you can sit down. And the others, Stanley and Christina and Brenda are not here. The reason why I wanted y'all to stand up first is because I think it's so important that when we talk about Ballroom, we talk about culture, right? But when we talk about Vogue, we have to talk about culture because Vogue in itself is a culture. You know what I mean? Vogue in itself, because y'all know I perform, right? Vogue is a movement, I always say. It's liberating, right? It's self-expression. So I think it's important for us to highlight that right now. It's social justice too, right? We gotta know that. It's important for us to highlight that right now because you have a lot of the very important shows like Pose and Legendary and all the other stuff, right? That gives us an opportunity, so that's great. You know what I mean? I think it's amazing. But also, too, I think it's important that when people who are not from the community, they see those shows, do they really know what really goes on in the community, right? And how important it is in the community, right? So that's why I say Vogue. And when we see Vogue, I think, and it's a natural response. We think of entertainment, we think of dance, right? You know what I mean? We talk about spins and dips, so that's a natural response. But then just like any other genre of dance, Vogue is something, again, that's a movement that not only moves through us, right, but it helps us deal with a lot of the, excuse my experience, shit that we deal with in lives, right? That's what performance does. So I think it's important for people to know that Vogue is a culture and why it is a culture. So that's why I asked y'all to stand up because you've been voguing for years. You've been voguing for years, so are you. So is Nicole. The other two aren't here, but to just highlight that piece as well and to say thank you, because that is a contribution to the world. So without further ado, I want to present this award to Christina for her contributions to Ballroom. Tab, do you need your glasses? For your amazing contributions. Thank you. Caesar, you sat down. This man does amazing work. Their bios are in front when you come in. You can see their bios. You can see all of the amazing things that they've done. But this man right here, every time you go on social media, you can't help but to see the work that he's done, that he's still doing, right? All the dancing and the training and the international stuff, all the things that he's still doing, you can't go but notice what he's doing. So I want to congratulate you and thank you for your contributions to the world. remember that photo of you and Jerome Pendarvis, right? On it here. The photo of you and Jerome Pendarvis, you can't forget that. On the pier. Thank you. Mr. Garcia, Milton Garcia, stand up. Give him a hand. Give him a hand. So important to honor you. For the cartoon work that he do, the work that he do around HIV, the supportive work that he do for the communities, and don't ask for nothing. I remember you reached out to me, this is when I was working at Call on the Lord, and you was putting together, I think it was condom kits, right? Condom packets? Something like that. And you had asked us he asked us, mind you, if he can do some work for us, right? He had drew like these beautiful figures, like the cartoon things that he do, and we stuffed them in the condom packets, and we used them for outreach. And you also did something too for Yolanda, I remember. Yep, he drew it, and like I said, he reaches out to us. We don't reach out to him. And he says, look, I've been working on this, and I wanted to know if I can present this to you. Contributions to Ballroom. And he has some of his work right here. That's his work, Sergeant? You want to pass it around for the people to see? Or is that for us? Ninja brother, yes. Give him a hand again, y'all. Okay. I'm going to need some help for this one. Tabitha, Uncle Mike, y'all can come up here. I spoke enough. My mouth is dry.
Wow. What can I say? This next person has influenced me and encouraged me in so many ways to get into this work. I remember coming home and just like always putting this hair in my face and covering myself because I wasn't comfortable with myself. She would just shake it away and say, stop covering your face. Let me see your face. Let them see you. And she saw me when I didn't even see her. Watching her and how she was able to connect the work to her personal experience, that made people believe it. Because I understood a long time ago that having intellectual conversations with people who are emotionally feeling things is not going to get it. You have to meet people right where they're at. Good, bad, and indifferent. She's helped so many, even some of us in this room. So when I say to people this name, and I name dropped you yesterday because I will continue to name drop you, I wouldn't be in this if it wasn't for Sean Coleman and Nicole Rose.
Amen, Nicole.
If I push you, you will move. If I push you, you will move. If I yell, you will hear me. If I yell, you will hear me. Faith without works is dead.
That's right.
You can preach till the clouds open and the rain begins to fall or the sun begins to shine. But it's the umbrella that protects you from the rain, and it is that sunscreen that keeps you shielded from the sun. When I yelled, Nicole heard me. It's easy when you can hide behind a screen, or you can give someone a piece of paper and send them to go get assistance. Don't get me wrong, there's nothing wrong with that. It's still helping. But when you have someone who will go out of their way to guide you, to hold your hand and bring you to the assistance that you need, when you have somebody who goes out and pushes the envelope, that brings the body to the individual and say, this person needs your assistance. That makes you exceptional. To be out on the front line constantly advocating for trans rights, constantly advocating for people who are under the influence of substances. To have personal children that you're not ashamed of and that you don't turn your phone off to, that you get up at 3 in the morning and you go and you allow them to come to your home and then get them to rehab in the morning. That is a true saint. And we have them amongst us. And it's good that we have them in our community. So I know I'm long-winded, but this woman right here has given the batteries to a lot of us to go out and do what we do and to go out there and help those people, because too much is never enough when it comes to saving a life. And I'm so happy that my sister is getting this award tonight. Long overdue. Nicole, congratulations.
I'm not going to stay long. Normally I do. Because like Jack says, I love to talk. But I just want to thank you first. Tim, Mike, Tabitha, that means everything. Thank you so much. Thank you for everybody that's here today. It means everything to see everybody's face. I appreciate this award. And I'm not going to go on and on today. It's too emotional. But just thank you. Thank you, the team, Tabitha and Mike. And I'm gonna give you all a chance to speak to it. I forgot, but I'm gonna get back to that. The next person that we want to present an award to for their contributions is Tim Leviticus. Give him a hand, y'all. Tim Leviticus. Now, y'all know, and I said this earlier, he don't participate a lot in balls. Now, don't go nowhere. Where you going? He don't really participate a lot in balls, but he does a lot of work in the community. We all know with Selvin, right, how you provide a lot of support for Selvin. So I think like that in itself, you know what I mean, needs to be highlighted. You know what I mean, amongst a lot of the other things that you've done in the community. Right. So I just want to say thank you. Thank you. You don't seem like a man of many words. Christina, you want to say a few things? Yes, please. I want you to.
That's my mother.
Hi, everybody. I've been moving since 13 years old. And overcame maybe
Take your time, bro.
I'm nervous. Obstacle. Yes.
Yes, bro. Yes, bro.
You feel this from that? 5 years king from it. I'm the first cancer survivor. HIV survivor. And yeah, and 50 years old next month.
Wow, God bless you.
Yeah, thank you for this award with recognizing my cousin Brucey. I really appreciate this award. Thank you.
Hello, everybody. I just want to thank Tim and Yolanda. I'm thinking about right now. So sorry. Tabitha, and Uncle Mike Finney, and so many other people that are unsung, that do the work. I want to take time to acknowledge them. And this is hard work, and it's hard work in the process of self-discovery and finding out that, you know, the drugs do not make who you are, you make who you are. And I have had an epiphany with my personal life recently about that, and recognize that I'm now currently taking dialysis 3 days a week, because I recognize that the pieces of the puzzle that I've discovered, that the reason why I do dialysis is because of my past drug use that was never really mentioned to anybody, and I was living in secrecy and living in pain and living with the sense that when I started seeing everybody in Ballroom pass away, my attitude was just laissez-faire, and I figured, you know, I'm just gonna live recklessly, and if I pass away, nobody's gonna really acknowledge me or remember me. And so when I create my cartoons, I want people to see, whoever I give the cartoons to, that it's an act of love that I give to them, to let them know that they're valued in my life, and whatever moments that I've had with that person, that they are truly appreciated and valued. I don't want to have to wait until somebody passes away and tells them what I meant to them and how much they've meant to me. So I want to continue evolving and creating these pieces of work out of love and out of respect, because in my cartoon world, everybody gets tens across the board. In my world, in my cartoon world, it's perfection until anything that comes outside of the world that threatens it, I address it with social issues and stuff like that, so it's not offensive or it's not demeaning in any way. And trans lives matter, and trans women matter, and trans men matter, and I'm so thankful and grateful that I'm a part of this community, because it's committed and made me the man that I am now, and I will continue to be aggressively for and ride or die for Ballroom until I die. So So please understand that I'm in the process of discovering myself more and more. So as I fastly approach 53, I never thought that I would live to be 53 when the doctors told me I would be dead by 30. So that in itself is truly iconic. And I just want to thank everybody in this room, and the ones that are not here, and the ones that have passed and have paved the way before us, because I have felt so gratified in the sense that I'm still evolving and I'm still learning to be a better man than I was yesterday. And I'm going to continue to do what I need to do to be an inspiration to others and an inspiration to myself. I thank each and everybody from the bottom of my heart, and know that very soon you're gonna get a cartoon, and when I hit you up, I know you're gonna be ready. And you're gonna be ready, and I expect to have that frame ready so you can have it as a token of my appreciation for you in my life. Thank you so much.
I love you.
My glasses are. My outfit is. First of all, very, very beautiful words, Milton. Thank you so much for sharing your feelings. Thank you, Ballroom. We care for acknowledging me and giving me this award of outstanding ballroom contribution. I just celebrated 40 years of Vogue dancing experience, so this is my 40-year anniversary, so this is, I feel very fitting, and I'm really grateful for it. Ballroom is where I come from, ballroom is where I started, ballroom is where I found the nerve to go out in the world and go after opportunities that a lot of people were afraid to go after. it became incredibly lonely along the way because not everybody was willing to go with me. I was very blessed. I toured with Melanie, who's sitting right here. We did the Deep in Vogue tour. I got to work with a lot of celebrities, and beyond the resume and the accolades that I've achieved, my mission statement has always been giving back and empowering others and giving people a platform and a safe space where they can just be themselves. It was met with resistance, even at the dance studios that I taught at. Were telling me I'm not allowed to go into conversation about pronouns, etc., etc. So I took a lot of weight, a lot of beating downs from the system to provide a safe space for people to come and be themselves. And I was like, the world is changing. Men wear heels. People are gay. Get over it. And I just, to me, it was my mission statement to make sure that I provided education, a safe space, love, appreciation, empowerment, validation, inclusivity to all my students. I continue doing that until I can't do any longer, until I have no more strength in my body to continue forward. My mentors were Willie Ninja, who's old enough to know Little Michael Extravaganza. Little Michael Extravaganza was my mentor, Willie Ninja, and David Padilla Ultima, so I also accept the award, and I dedicate to them for their love and support and for guiding me over the years. Thank you, everyone. Appreciate it.
So, last but not least, because everyone is not here, who's getting the word, is Felix Milan Rodriguez, filmmaker. Y'all see his work on Instagram, right? Old school ballroom, I know. Captures the moments, the old moments, right? I mean, you shocked me a few times when I've seen something on my timeline or something in my DMs. I'm like, well, I don't remember that. But give this man a hand for his contributions, because a lot of people, there were people back then, right, that were recording and capturing moments, you know what I mean? But then you don't have a lot of people that's sharing that information or doing anything with it, you know? So we appreciate that. And for the work that you've done and that you're continuously doing, we thank you. And we want to thank you for your contributions to Ballroom. Good evening, everyone. Thank you. This is truly an honor. I came out in 1990, and one of the first people that I met in Ballroom was Angel Infinity. And he spoke about Ballroom like he was in love with the culture, right? Shortly after that, I met Caesar. And shortly after that, I met Hector Extravaganza. So I had an introduction to Ballroom even before I even stepped foot into a ballroom. And when I stepped foot into a ballroom, I fell in love as well. I've been a fan, and I've never walked the ball, right? I'm a Milan, right? But I never walked the ball. And I think that I wouldn't have the same appreciation for ball if I would have walked, right? Because I've always been a fan. I've been in love with Ballroom, and I still go to Ballroom, and I still get the same chills I got the first time I went. So I want to congratulate you guys for the work that you're doing, because I think it's amazing. In the ballroom scene, you have the ballroom culture, but you also have the crossover of the club culture, right? So you could be legendary and pioneers and icons in the ballroom scene, but you also have a status in the clubs. So I was mostly in Milan with the club kids, right? The ones that went to the Sound Factory and to the Town ones, so all the clubs of the time. And one of the things that we didn't have back then was the support system that exists today, right? Milan today asked me, so how did you deal with, drug addiction back in the 90s? Or how did you deal with mental health issues? Take another pill, do another bump. Child, pay it. Let's do this. Let's hang out. We on the guest list. That's what we did back then, right? It was all about hanging out. It was all about being fab, and part about being fab was being on the same level, and everybody was high, right? So I was lucky that I got myself out of it, because I saw a lot of my friends that didn't. They passed away. They got arrested. They got into a lot of trouble, and I was able to. I had a guardian angel that saved me from that world. So I thank you again, Ballroom,
We care because that didn't exist 30 years ago. And if it did exist, it wasn't as out there. There weren't as many resources as there are today. So I appreciate you. I appreciate everybody. Continue the ballroom scene. I'll be there with my camera. Milan's asked me today, they say, why don't you come and hang out at the Milan table? Why are you always up there recording? You never hang out with us, you don't support us. I've always been the type of person that when I go to a ball, I can't sit there and just watch. I have to record it because I consider everybody that competes at balls superstars. To me, they're all like Hollywood stars. And I want to feature them. I don't want to sit there and just enjoy it and take it all into myself. I wanted to, back then, when nobody was doing it, I wanted to make sure that that was commemorated. And I'm so glad that it's still out there, right? When I saw Pose and when I saw Legendary in my house, I had all these tapes in shoe boxes. And I said, you know what, I need to pull these out. And I need to put these out there. And I need to do a documentary of what my ballroom experience has been. Because even though, again, I'm not ballroom in the sense that I walk the ball, but I've been a fan ever since. So thank you, everyone. Thank you.
Can y'all give them all one round of applause? Thank you guys. Thank you. All right, so moving right along. She looks like she's ready. We have some entertainment. Y'all are in for a treat. She performed for us at our fundraising event that we had last year, and she tore the house down. None other but the recording artist Stout. Y'all give up. I love you so, Stout.
Hey everybody, how you doing?
Work Stout.
My name is Stout, S-T-O-U-T. I am a member of Ballroom. Very new, very, very new. And I always say, I tell my friends, like I wish I knew about Ballroom when I was coming up. I came up in a church. I grew up in my grandmother's church in the basement of our 4-family house in Connecticut. And I was like not able to really do much but go to church. If y'all know about church back then. I ain't gonna tell y'all when because y'all don't need y'all guessing my age and stuff. I'm just kidding. But you know, back in the day, it used to be very restricted. You know, growing up apostolic and, you know, holiness and all of that, because you know church has different denominations. And I was not able to do all the things that God has gifted me to do outside of just singing. I was always able to dance. I could write. I could also do voiceovers and didn't even know that that's what I was doing because I can make, you know, different sounds with my voice. But over the years, I have evolved, I have healed, and I have come to this place, and God brought me to Ballroom. It's more than just getting out there and performing. It literally is a feeling that is unmatched. To me, it is unmatched, and I know y'all can agree, right? It is unmatched. I know he just said, when y'all just said that, you know, when you go, you know, you get chills. I do too. That's the spirit, because it's expression and it's coming from us as beings expressing in our most truest form, I feel, when we're voguing and doing what we do on the floor. And so I'm just so glad that I have found Ballroom. It has literally transformed my mind, my body, of course, my approach to performance. I've been singing for many years. I've been singing professionally for over 20 years. I ain't gonna talk about everything I did because that's not important right now, but this has changed my life for the better, and I'm just really honored to be here with y'all tonight. So with that being said, I normally don't talk before I sing, but I wanted to do that because we're in this space sharing. We had something else planned, but that didn't work out. That's okay, because I've got something else for y'all, and I know it's gonna be fitting for what's happening right now in this room. So, Lord, I will lift mine eyes to the hills, knowing my help is coming from you. Your peace you give me so always to you. Amen. 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 Amen.
Give it up.
Give it up for Stout.
You know, that was gonna come out of that small body. Bam. That was a blessing, right? She make you feel it, don't she? Make you feel it. All right, y'all. So we are going to move into the discussion, which is a very every segment is important. The discussion is the meat and potatoes of tonight. I'm gonna bring up our moderator. He told me not to do too much, so. But he's from Ballroom. He's from the House of Garçon. Frank Roberts. He's an amazing person, and he too do a lot of work. I just want to bring him up. He's your moderator. And he's going to take it from here.
What's going on, family? How we doing? We doing all right? Yeah. Listen, I had some things that I was gonna say, but I had to readjust. I'm a jazz man, so I gotta improvise a little bit. I just want us to start by recognizing, I just want to recognize the sacredness of this moment. The sacredness of this moment. I'm thinking about that amazing performance. And I wasn't expected to be touched by it, but I truly am. You know, the writer James Baldwin, he once said, our crowns, or your crown, has already been paid for. All you have to do is put it on. You know, your crown has already been paid for. All you have to do is put it on. And so I think about all of the ancestors who paid for this moment. Right? I'm sitting here and I'm looking across this crowd and I'm thinking about how I know Albert Santana Latex, he paved the way for this moment. And I know Crystal paved the way for this moment. And we know that Dorian paved the way for this moment. But we also know that Kenny Ebony paved the way for this moment. And Leon Kahn paved the way for this moment. And Deja paved the way for this moment. And Yolanda paved the way for this moment. So in this moment, what I actually want us to start with is just call into the space somebody that paved the way for you or paved the way for this moment. Because this moment has been paid for. So that now, because of them, we stand on solid rock. So who paved the way for this moment? Just speak the name into existence. Keep it going. Barbie. Who else? A lot more paved the way. Who paved the way? Who paved the way? We can keep going, y'all. We got a little bit of time. Who else paved the way? Marsha P. A lot of people paved the way. Okay. They paved the way for this moment. Listen, before we start, I just want to also take the time. You know, they say it takes a village. And when they came up with that phrase, they weren't just talking about what it takes to raise a child, but also what it takes to put together a good panel like this, to mobilize community like this. And so we want to thank all of the villagers who were responsible for making tonight happen, right? The people of Ballroom, we care. Everyone from Irving Parker to James Means, Uncle Mike, of course, Tabitha, Johnny, and of course, a very special villager who made so much of tonight possible, Brother Tim Tobias. Can we give these people a round of applause? Please. We are so grateful for all of you for being a manifestation of what it means to not just do the work, but live the work. What it means to not just talk the talk, but walk the walk. We speak your name, and so we're so grateful for you today. So tonight's conversation is entitled Healing Perspectives in Ballroom. healing perspectives in ballroom. And so I was thinking about just that word heal and how I like what that word means. What I love about the word heal is that each letter in the word is itself a lesson and an instruction, right? Heal, H-E-A-L. And so for me, when I think of the word heal, I think of honesty, evaluation, accountability, and love. Honesty, evaluation, accountability, and love. Each letter is itself a lesson. So what's lesson number one is letter number one, H, which just means honesty. Tonight's conversation is rooted in an ethic of radical honesty. We got to be willing to tell ourselves the truth. Tell ourselves the truth about what's working. Tell ourselves the truth about what we're holding on to, what we're letting go of, what we're thinking, what we're feeling. Healing begins with honesty. And so tonight is designed as a safe space, really, for us to stand in radical honesty. That's principle number one. Principle number two is what? E for evaluation. We got to evaluate some things, right? We got to evaluate again what's working, what's not working, where we've been, where we're going. The second word, E, is about evaluation, so that's what we're trying to do. Also, accountability. Accountability is important. We cannot have honesty without, we can't have healing without honesty, we can't have trust without truth, but we also can't have healing without accountability. And sometimes that's been missing in our community, and so tonight we want to feel free to talk about how we can hold each other accountable, right? That's that third principle, accountability. And then lastly, love. We know that Ballroom has always been a love movement. The idea that these black and brown people, queer people, LGBT, wherever on the alphabet or the acronym you want to be, right? However you describe us, the idea that we would take time to love each other and to gather each other and gather with each other is a part of the radical legacy of this movement. And so it's in the spirit of those four principles, honesty, evaluation, accountability, and love, that we want to hold our space together, okay? Now, I'm going to shut up and introduce y'all to the people who y'all really came here to see, right? The way tonight is organized is this. We have two panels. Our first panel is going to focus on violence, substance abuse, and HIV prevention. We're going to then have a demonstration. Y'all with me? We good?
Yep.
All right, we got to stay with me. Our first panel is going to deal with substance abuse, violence, and HIV prevention. We're going to have a demonstration by Housing Works, and then we're going to move into our second panel, which is going to talk about the history and evolution of Ballroom. And so the questions that we've designed really are designed with the people that we have with us today in mind. And so for the first panel, we're going to bring up to the stage some special folks. Forgive me, I told you I got to improvise. Somewhere in here are these people's special names. Here we go. Okay. Is Tabitha on our first panel? Sister Tabitha going to be on the panel or no? Second panel? Okay. The second panel is packed. Our first panel, though, we have Bugs. Bugs is going to come on up. Superstar in our community, is a rapper, activist, and CEO. Please round of applause. Round of applause for Bugs. CEO of Pink Gorilla Entertainment. Also executive director of the nonprofit organization, the Pink Institute. So we're so grateful to have Bugs on the panel, who's a self-proclaimed hip-hop artist from the wire to the streets and beyond, is going to talk to us about these very important issues. Also have Cairo Margella in the building. Is Cairo Margella here? Come on up. Come on up, Brother Cairo. Brother Cairo is a 24-year-old Latinx man of trans experience. We're so grateful for him. He does many things. He currently serves on the Bronx Borough President's LGBTQ Task Force. He's a student, graduate, and just an overall trailblazer who's going to talk to us about some of these important intersections. So we're so grateful to have Brother Cairo on the panel. Another round of applause, absolutely. We also have Felicia Pink Ebony in the building. Felicia Pink Ebony is coming on up in the building. Started Ballroom in 2008 in LA, where she walked Virgin Performance at the time. Now she is all over doing many, many things for us and with us, and we are very grateful for their presence today. Another round of applause for Felicia, please. Of course, we also have formerly known as the overall father of the House of LaBeija, also overall East Coast father of the iconic House of Mizrahi, none other than the icon, Father Freddie. Stop right there and give us a round of applause. Absolutely. As a peer and health educated brother, Freddie has helped hundreds of kids facing homelessness, mental health issues, poverty, sexual awareness. Also, brother Freddie is a survivor who has been very courageous in telling us and leaning into his journey. Very proudly shares with us that we're going on now over 11 years free of addiction, and is a walking manifestation of what it means to be a survivor, what it means to live as an act of resistance, and what it means to lean into that ancestral strength. So please give a round of applause for brother Father Freddie. Is that everybody? Did I miss anybody? That's our panel? All right, so listen, this is what we're gonna do. We wanna start with the question of substance abuse. Many of you are on the panel because you are specialized experts at this intersection of prevention, substance abuse expertise, as well as thinking about violence in our community. So I have a question that is for all four of you, and then we have more specialized questions. We want to take a minute though, because we want our attention fully to our panelists. So if people are coming in, let's take a moment, but let's be respectful in the name of community. All right, maybe close that back door if we can. So I'm just wondering, can you just start off by telling us, what do you think are some key factors that contribute to substance abuse in the house ball community? Very basic baseline question, but just what are those factors that actually contribute to why people come to substance abuse to begin with? We're gonna start here and make our way around.
So they go to drugs to help, like, I guess, numb the pain of them feeling lonely or sad or whatever feeling they feel inside. I know I had a friend that did drugs, and he's clean from it now, but at the time he used to always say he was feeling lonely and just like had no one to run to at the time. So,
can we close that back door?
So it will be peer pressure, physical and sexual abuse, rejection of sexual orientation, and gender identity and homelessness. And I would say that was because I started doing crystal meth at the age of 16 because I was homeless for, at that time, being gay, wanting to come out being a man to my family. And I also experienced a lot with trauma because of being sexually harassed at a young age. Now, because of me I'm still a work in progress, and because of my mother Tabitha is why I've been able to stop using crystal meth.
I think two main factors is depression and the lack of support. Yeah.
I can name many reasons. There's so many different reasons. Child abuse, molestation, bullying, wanting to be a part of, to fit in, wanting to be a part of, as we consider it, the fair crowd. And all of those are things that I experienced myself, and I know people of drug addiction and people that are not on drugs that experience that. And sometimes we may not even know that. My drug of choice was crack cocaine. But had I still been doing drugs, I'd be one of those ones that want to experiment on Tina, because every drug that I experimented, it was because I wanted to be a part of. It seemed like all the bad children were the ones that were doing drugs, and I wanted so much to fit in that I was willing to try anything. And in the process of that, I learned that all the pain that I was going through, I was escaping the pain all I was going through. My mother got killed in 1978 when I was 7 years old, and that was very tragic to me, and it seems like everything that I encountered that time my mother got killed was a bad experience. And I started using drugs to escape the pain.
Yeah. Thank you so much. Thank you so much to all of you. And in fact, we actually, thank you for the absolutely big round of applause. And I forgot something very important. I just sort of dive right in clinically to these questions, but I actually want to do something differently. I want you, if you can, to just tell us something about your stories, right? About why you said yes. We know you said yes because all of you are always saying yes to community. But why you said yes to this panel. You heard me introduce you a little bit, but introduce yourselves, to reintroduce yourselves. None of you need any introduction. But tell us about, I guess what I'm getting at is, can you tell us how the story of you related to why you said yes to this panel, or if there's anything that you want to kind of open us up with to give us a sense of why you thought that this conversation was important for you to partake in, and tell us a little bit about your journey.
Well, for me, I've been in Ballroom 23 years, and when I moved to New York, I had told myself that I was done with Ballroom because I wanted a different life. I didn't want to do drag anymore. I didn't want to trick anymore. So I kind of I'm trying to figure myself out. So a lot of people from back home in Virginia, they was passing away left and right. Like my first year in New York, I lost 7 people, from my gay mother to my gay kids, my grandkids. And so I wasn't introduced to crystal meth through Ballroom, but Ballroom helped me get over it. So it was I had got back into Ballroom after doing crystal meth, and because I just felt like something was missing. I had stopped doing it when I had met my husband, but the cravings was still there. And so me getting back into Ballroom and seeing how it was affecting so many other people, I just felt like me being who I am and the position that I have in the community, it was important for me to tell my story and to try to help those that's going through the same thing. And then when I found out about Ballroom We Care, I hit up Tim, and I was I wanted to be a part of it. I really didn't know too much about it, but I knew I cared, and so I just felt why not be a part of it? And from there, I just started doing the work, from social media, then me and Tim talked, and we started doing the support groups, and so that's how I got started. And when he hit me up, I was yeah, of course I'm gonna do it, because like I just said, it's being a leader, being a legend or icon, whatever, it's just important to let the youth know that you can talk to people and you don't have to hide it, because you can, because it's a lot, it's hard, especially with crystal meth within our community, because the stigmas and everything, and with social media being the way it is, and people making silly ignorant posts oh, if you do crystal meth, stay away from me, not even knowing that the person who they sit and right beside could be doing it, and they seen your post and it can be hurtful. So I just feel like it's important to, every time that I can talk about it, to talk about it.
For me, identification. I'm 52 years old now. I've been on my own since I was 15 years old. And it took me a long time to be able to talk about what I was going through. Now, we have a lot more help today than we had when I was younger. And I feel that if I did not keep all those secrets when I was younger, all those years, I may not have ended up the route that I went down. And I spent a lot of time in the prison system, not Rikers Island, the prison. And I feel that, it's very important to tell individuals today that even though we know that everybody is for you, what I learned that everybody's not for you, and you have to keep that and just keep like moving. If I knew the things that I have been learning within the last 11 years is when I have been clean of drugs. That means no alcohol, no weed, no cigarettes, nothing. What I am learning, I'm still learning a lot, and I have learned so much within the 11 years that I've been clean, that if I had known those past years, I may not have missed out a lot on life. So I think that it's very important to tell your story, because something may just reach out to someone. It could be anything that you tell in your story. It may just help that person, or when a person is ready for the help, they can use it, because you gotta be ready for the help first.
I was pretty much introduced into crystal meth wasn't because of Ballroom. I actually was introduced by somebody who was serving services that was an adult, and I was vulnerable and fell into certain situations. And because of that, I started realizing within the years that there is a lot of youth members that are falling with crystal meth because of the adults. And what's made me come out here more is because you usually hear a lot of people talk about crystal meth, but you never hear a youth member or somebody young speak about the stories. So I chose to come for me to be the voice for those who are ashamed and those who feel like they're alone when they're using crystal meth because of the biases.
Hello, I'm up here for the violence part. I was recently in a machete attack, the reason why I have a scar on my face. I was at a ball performing. I've been in Ballroom since 2018. From Clarksdale, Mississippi. I saw Ballroom on TV with Vogue Evolution, Naomi, Deshaun, all of them. And me being in a small town, being a gay boy where you can count 5 gay men on your hands, I was the only one that discovered voguing. I did it all the time. I've been doing it ever since like 2009. I've been teaching myself how to vogue. And I had a family member that came to me at a family reunion and saw me voguing on the side and brought me into Ballroom. So that's like one of my cousins who got me into Ballroom. And ever since, when I first saw it on TV, I fell in love because, like I said, I'm from a small town where not a lot of gay people, like, you're not accepted like that. So when I saw Vogue Evolution, I felt like I needed to be a part of that world. And I did whatever I could to get there. So I moved here to LA, where I worked my first openness ball. And ever since then, it's just been history for me. But October 31st of last year, I was at a ball, and one of the leaders of the community attacked me with a machete. So that's why I'm up here and telling my story about that.
That's very powerful. The reason I asked that question to these panelists, the question of how they got to yes, there's also a question for all of you, how you got to yes. Right? There are many different places you could have been on a Friday night. You chose to be here, and so just give me yourselves that round of applause. And we're gonna do a lot of a round of applause tonight. I don't care how corny it sounds, how corny it feels. Keep giving yourselves a round of applause. Remember, applause is a love gesture. Right? We are applauding for things that people on the outside are not applauding for. That's part of what makes us special. That's part of what makes Ballroom special. So keep applauding, because that is our love gesture. Keep applauding these people, but also keep applauding yourselves. Thank you for that story, for how you got to yes. I guess it's actually, Pink, a good way to segue to the question of violence. We've seen so much violence in Ballroom lately, and on the one hand, we've seen more violence, or is it that we simply now have cameras and ways to actually record which has always been there. I'm not sure if it's necessarily that it's on the uptick, but what is on the uptick is that now it's more visible. And so I'm wondering, this is for all of you, but what are some effective strategies to address the recent violence that we see at balls? It's a question that we've been asking each other. You know, I can remember asking this question in 2004, right? And here we are in 2023, and we're still asking the question, and it hasn't been answered, but we got to keep asking. What do we do from your perspectives to address the violence that we see at the balls? What does that mean in terms of accountability, in terms of strategy, in terms of vision, in terms of action?
I'll first say, me being young, and having people that's older, we need to be careful who we pick as leaders and bring it into our house. I've been around, God bless them, I've been around great leaders ever since I've been into the ballroom scene. So I've seen bad leaders, I've seen good leaders. So I think we should be more careful into who we trust into leadership and just bringing it into ballroom.
And that's important before we go to the next thing, because when we talk about violence, it's important to remember we're not just talking about the act. We're talking about the lack of response to the act, which also is violent, right? So imagine being at a ball and being violated and then have nothing happen. That the violence of the inaction is almost worse than the violence of the initial event. And so it's very important when we talk about violence in ballroom, we have to talk about not just who's stabbing, who's beating, who's doing whatever, but who's not responding. Because in not responding and not holding those people accountable, we're actually contributing. We are actually also engaged in violent behavior. So I want us to talk about that and think about that.
I would say accountability, holding everybody accountable, not just members of ballroom like younger people, but also the leaders, the legends, the icons, the pioneers. It shouldn't matter your status in ballroom. If you're being a nuisance, if you're being violent, if you're being an asshole, then you should be held accountable. And we have to also stand 10 toes down on the consequences and repercussions that we set for people who do certain things within the community. Because a lot of it is, you see somebody new or somebody who's been in the scene for like 5 or 6 years, they do something and everybody is like, okay, we want to ban them, but then you turn right around and you have icons and legends on the panel going off and cursing and acting like they want to fight and getting off the panel acting like they want to fight somebody, and we do nothing and say nothing. And that's not fair because it starts at the head. So if we, the legends, the icons, the leaders, if we are not setting a good example, then we shouldn't be allowed to set out consequences and repercussions for people because we aren't holding ourselves accountable.
I think it depends on the situation because we learn that, and I'm going to speak from my personal experiences. I have had situations with people in ballroom, not that many people, but with people in ballroom, not necessarily at a ball, but with ballroom individuals. And I think it depends on the situation. You have to look at the overall picture. You have to look at what are, sometimes not with everyone, but the role that both individuals play in certain situations. You also have the cheerleaders in ballroom that sit back and are instigators. Some people look at one side, I may look at both sides, his side or whatever, and not heard the other person's side, because it's always that side, and the truth. In some situations, I'm not saying in all situations, I think when it comes to the accountability, I think that those are situations that need to be evaluated, depending on the situation. Like I said, you have instigators. Some people may not listen to everything that may have happened. they're going with what they hear. And you have a lot of people in Ballroom that do not like people for no reason. So that's a lot in itself that instigates stuff, because if I know I can't stand Freddie because of the way he's dressed, I'm going to instigate immediately. I might even go and tell you something that may not even happen, just to instigate and get it started. So I think that it depends on the situation, because there's all different types of things that go on that determines the accountability, because also you never know what people are going through. You never know, like, and I'm gonna use a prime example. Someone could easily make me mad right now, and I just so quick and may act out of impulse. But right now I'm sitting here, and one of my nephews just recently got murdered. But I'm sitting here walking with my head high, but you wouldn't know that if I didn't tell you. So you never know what people are going through.
So there's a concept that we use in movement spaces. How many people have heard of the phrase transformative justice? I heard of that phrase. It's kind of been a buzzword in recent years. And transformative justice just means, how do you address harm without creating more harm, right? Which means if someone has done something wrong, rather than actually punish them in a punitive way, send them to jail, etc., but actually look at the underlying factors that led to their actions, and how do you try to transform that, to transform the behavior and the culture that produced it. So I'm wondering what a transformative justice approach to Ballroom would look like for people who are violent. Does that mean expelling them? Does it mean actually what I hear Brother Freddie going in the direction of saying in terms of like, does it mean looking at the context in which the harm occurred, why it occurred, and providing them with services? But we have a lot of special people in the audience, and I just want to do something, because we're still talking a little bit too abstractly. We've seen this before. We've had this conversation before where we talk about accountability, but we don't have specific guidelines. And so I want us to do that. So is there anybody in the audience who can talk about specific strategies that they've used in their house community or they have heard of for actually addressing what are essentially violent offenders in Ballroom? And we also have people in Ballroom, let's keep it real, who are repeat violent offenders, right? And who will be at the ball tomorrow as a violent offender, right? And so rather than having a panel where we talk about accountability, what are some models of accountability that we have seen or that we want to lean into? That's my question for you in the audience. You are the fifth panelist. Yes.
One of the things that I think, I moved to New York back in 1983, and I'm from Los Angeles, so coming from LA to New York, to large cities, I've noticed there are a couple of things I wanted to say. There have always been drugs in the gay community, but they've been different drugs. From when I was a kid, it was PCP and Sherms, and then it was weed, and then all of a sudden it was cocaine, and then I was, back in the day here in New York, it was crack and the New Jack City, and I got caught up in that swirl, and now I see the next wave is crystal meth. But the other thing I want to say is we have to look at what society has created and what society is doing. All of a sudden, we pay more attention to reality TV. We idolize these people on television creating bad behavior, turning over tables, cussing people out. All we're doing is emulating what we're seeing in society, and now that's what they show 24 hours. Our children watch us, watch these people on television and idolize Kenya and this person and that person throwing shade. And so the Ballroom has continued to reflect what is happening in our society. We all have seen how politics has ushered in a whole new era of hate, and people are no longer embarrassed by their hate, they're emboldened by their hate. And that's kind of, Ballroom is a reflection of what's going on in society around us. So there are so many different aspects and things that I've seen as part of my 50-year experience in the cities and in communities of our acceptance of drugs. Like back in the days when I was doing crack, I was trying to hide it. Now I see people who smoke crystal are proud of it. They don't hide it. Their pipes are out when you come into their house. And I remember I was at one person's house and I was like, well, don't we want to kind of put that away and try the people coming over? And he's like, no! If anybody else does it, I want them to know. And so there's not an shame or an embarrassment. There's a pride or so I'm just saying there's different. We have to look at ourselves. We have to look at who we idolize, who we because we are reflecting. We're a reflection of society around us, and the gay community is an extreme reflection of society around us. So you have to look at who you idolize and what you allow and what you don't allow. And it's like, no, turn that, watching crazy behavior on television, and then you absorb that, you're gonna go out and you're gonna act crazy because you think, well, you get dressed up and then you go out and you flip out. No, that's not, so.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. The downside of pride, right? So much talk about being unapologetic and being proud and prideful, that we have a whole generation of young folk really who have kind of taken that to the next level where they are proud of everything, including the bad behavior. And so part of it is about how we are careful about that. Getting back to our panel, you heard that was one example. Is there something that you're thinking about that's been triggered for this conversation about specific strategies that you want to offer us to think about? What do we do with violent offenders in ballroom? That's the question I have, and that's the question I don't think we really have an answer for. I heard like kind of address it. Aisha, was that hand up? What's up, Aisha?
I think that I'm going to go with the smaller scene, the Kiki scene, right? Yeah. We started having a lot of violent incidents because also older people in ballroom were coming in and bringing that in. So we created a coalition, right? And just simplistic coalition, and then we created a list. And if you were part of that list, you could not attend the Kiki Bowl for a year. And that was that. Security was, engaged and everything. And I know you say not to do punitive, like that kind of justice, but sometimes some people need it. So because one thing about ballroom is that it feeds our ego, it feeds the self-esteem. A lot of these fights, a lot of these incidents are because of ego and self-esteem. So when you dial it back and say, well, today you're not going to enter this ball to be able to do what you're going to do, because sometimes ballroom is like, I guess, what everybody has. So when we did that, violence really dropped in the Kiki scene. Because nobody wanted to be not able to come to the next function. So I know that's more extreme, but that's what we did, and it worked. And the violence went down in the Kiki scene. So
absolutely, right? Because we talk about what is the A in healing? Accountability. We've got to have that accountability. So what I heard Aisha saying, a very specific policy recommendation, so to speak, was create a ban list or a watch list or whatever you want to call it. And those people were not allowed to be at a Kiki Bowl for a year. I want to ask you, Pink, as you walk around, the person who did that to you, who I'm pretty sure I'm familiar with who you're talking about, was that person held accountable in a way that was useful for you? Because another thing when we talk about violence and what violent offenders do and what it means to take a transformative justice approach is we have to center also what survivors want and the people who have been victims of harm. What do they actually want to see happen? So in that very real instance, right, that has had lasting consequences for you, do you feel like the person who did that to you was held accountable? And if not, I want to invite you in this moment to tell us what you think might be an appropriate course of action for that person.
Me personally, I feel like everything was not done correctly. Only thing they did was ban him indefinitely from the LA ballroom community. He's still out walking freely. He's traveling the world having fun. So I would like him to be, me personally, locked up to see, because with him being out happy and enjoying himself, it's like he never did nothing to nobody. I was damn near killed. 2 people almost killed, and you're out here living your life happily. So, and sometimes that's angered me. That makes me mad. Sometimes that makes me sad because it feels like nobody out here is looking at what happened to me as a real problem. I almost lost my eye. My dad almost lost his life. So, he's out here walking freely. And you have people who thinks that's cool. I don't think that's cool at all, because if I did something like that, I should be locked up as well. Anybody. And, oh yeah.
That's real. I want to give you, can we, again, if a round of applause is a love gesture, I think it's necessary to give a round of applause. And I think we have to do that in our community. Each time we have these testimonies of people who have been hurt, we have to allow these people space to say, this is what I want. So what I heard this person say is that I have been harmed and this person has not been held accountable by community in ways that's sufficient for me. And that should mean something. And so I hope from this conversation, without putting people on the spot or houses on the spot, but that listen to the voices of survivors, right? Listen to the voice of this person, of Pink, who just said, that person has not been held accountable. And then ask yourself, how can I, as a house leader, actually lead to some accountability and justice, right? Because that's also a part of the work of healing. I know we had some, but before we get to another hand out there, was there anyone else on the panel who wanted to respond to that? With this question of how do we hold violent offenders accountable in a very specific way? Sister Aisha talked about a ban list. Any other suggestions?
I mean, we have ban lists, we have lists, but they rarely
enforce,
especially when you have ties to the Ballroom Illuminati. So it's like,
not the Illuminati.
That's what it's like.
Am I in the Illuminati?
So, like, I really don't know what we can do, because we say, oh, this person can't come to the ball, that person can't come to the ball, but if they're in a certain house, they're gonna be at the ball because that house is gonna have a ball, or them people are gonna chop you for that. So it's like, nobody in Ballroom wants to really enforce these rules, because when they try to enforce them on this person, they worried about, oh, well, what if my child do this next? So I don't want to enforce this, because if I don't enforce this and say they can't do it, then they gonna say the same thing for me. And so it's like, it's gonna keep on happening, like I said, until we stand 10 toes down and be like, it doesn't matter who it is, where it's at, if you do it, you're out of here. And that's gonna be the only way it's gonna happen.
We also have to recognize what's in us that needs to be healed as Black LGBTQ people, right? I know from a clinical perspective, people will do what is familiar to them, even if what is familiar is painful. And so if you are familiar with being abused, if you are familiar with being beat, if you are familiar with being rejected, if you are familiar with being silenced, you will engage in that, even if it's painful. And so to be real, it's like, this isn't that difficult. I can see just kind of being in the inside, but also looking from the outside looking in. A lot of this has to do with fear. We know who these people are in our community, but for whatever reason, we haven't held them accountable, in part because we're fearful. I'm thinking of one person in particular. It's no reason for me to name names, but I have just seen this person engage in all kind of violent behavior over and over and over and over again. And every time I see this person in the bowl, I wonder, how are they still there? This person needs help. This person is actually dangerous. And the only explanation that I can think in my common sense, small-minded way is that, okay, well, people must be afraid of this person. And so we have to recognize as a community about our fear and how our fear is actually what's holding us back from transformation. Right? And so maybe the next leg of the conversation is to have a conversation about, as those of us who are this history of being abused and etc., how we have to learn how to be courageous in the face of fear and say these people can no longer be in our community. We can get them help, but so that we don't have another incident such as the ones we're describing, we got to be willing to say no. No to the behavior.
I still want to interject on what you're saying, because that last statement is totally against what this community was. We come from a place where we were told that we weren't equal and we didn't belong, so we closed ourselves in and created our own world. If it were up to that, if it was up to the mentality you just said, all of us that are oddities in here that don't quite fit in this room's Illuminati, then everybody would be standing out. We don't throw people away in our scene. There are problematic people, and yes, we try to address it. Many times we created ban lists. All y'all that was coming to us with leaders and know I'm doing the Bomax, my ban list didn't play. And what I didn't do is I didn't listen to what other people had opinions on it, because me coming into Ballroom at the time that I came for it, the respect that I have for it and the people that I've seen, even with my ups and downs in it, my trials and tribulations with people, right? Physically and argumentative and all that. I was never afraid to tell somebody, you are causing a problem in this area, you need a breather. Go on ice, okay? When all these things happen, people pick and choose whose side they want to believe, when they want to believe it. Every time it's happened. So that's why when you have a ban list that is not ran by somebody who's gonna stand there and take accountability for it and say, well, you can't come for a year. The clubhouse on 27th Street, y'all remember that?
Mhm.
Those people didn't know Frankie Paradise and them weren't outside. When those kids fought, the security didn't let you in. The owner didn't want you in there. Yeah, oh, a year, Sanaya and Yolanda. So we had those standards, but it's now we let everybody has an opinion. Well, my daughter attacked because this happened. My son this. What we all, after these fights and these bad issues, because nobody goes into a ball, and I know of, looking to start no shit. They want to walk their categories, see their girlfriends, win, share with the house, and go about their business and hook up with whoever they just met at the function, right? Nobody comes in there looking to fight, but when you do have an issue, and everything goes down, the next day everybody forgot the one thing. Everybody has hindsight. When they say hindsight, it's a privilege. Because when all of that went down in last October, what I said to everybody involved, because I was not there, thank God we can all say nobody lost their lives. But what did we learn from this? We're still arguing and setting up and doing this and that. When it came to me, I said ban them all. Because nobody wanted to admit what was going on, where it's at. Whenever there's an issue, we need to look at the problem. Even now at OTA, right? Perfect example. One disturbance, you have an issue. Us getting in partnership together, doing rumbles and both nights there, I said, we're gonna honor that. But when a person gets banned, let's not hide it under the rug and just tell them they're banned. They need to see themselves on Facebook saying that, oh, well, I can't come in no more because you're not gonna throw these people away. They're gonna come back. They're still in your family. People have real relationships. One incident, no matter how terrible it is, you can't tell a mother whose son, who just committed all kinds of atrocities, maybe even went and opened fire in a public space, you can't tell that mother shit about their child. You can't tell her to stop loving her. You can't tell her to stop having that child over for Thanksgiving. Because everybody needs their healing. So I don't think people should judge on how we handle our situations, but just know we are handling our situations. And we need to come together to make sure, as this ball is getting bigger and bigger and bigger, we need to come together and stick by our standards and play this no excuse thing. This favoritism, let's stop it. Let's send the message directly and say, hey, this is a young kid is walking around here with, all these stitches around his face. A young man is walking around here with a dislocated shoulder and a mind completely fucked up. Hindsight is a motherfucker, because everybody felt sorry after it happened. Everybody went back and realized, oh my God, this was my part in it. If I didn't, if I shouldn't, if I walked away. So for us that want to be leaders, but stop playing favoritism. Do it and mean it and mean
Thank you for that. Thank you for that. And just for clarity, when I said, first of all, I was never talking about disposability. I was talking about accountability, and so I don't see them as the same. And so I hear you and I stand in solidarity with you. But just to be clear, when I say that we can hold people accountable, what I'm talking about is how can we allow ourselves the courage to say bad behavior, there can be consequences for it. That doesn't mean, and suspension is not the same as dismissal, right? And so that's what I was trying to center. Okay, yes, I see the hand. Yes.
Okay, wait, just in conjunction with Jack said, we have to go back to see and look at ourselves, and we have to learn how to lose. A lot of these incidents happen because if you think you have face and you think you're fashionable and you walk and you lose, so that you let somebody else tell you who you are, and that's not right. Then you want to fight. That's not fair. So once you have a sense of self and you walk the balls and you lose or if you win, you still are who you are. And people don't know who they are. And I think that's the big problem in this world.
We're gonna go Junior, the icon James, and then we're gonna go back to our panel.
Okay.
You know you're not the fifth panelist though, right?
I'm on the second half. We are talking about all of these issues, and you're moderating flawlessly, and I'm in awe of your answers. But let's get back to mental motherfucking health. Yes! And I want to stand up on this because I'm a living testament to it. I have alternates. That when I wake up in the morning, we sit in a full circle and decide who's coming out Friday night. Is it Junior LaVeja? We're not going to be Shady Just Spears. Is it going to be Christina Melissa Oculus? You own everything, everything is yours.
Or is it going to be the psychiatric patient from 1988 put in the middle of 145th Street and 7th Avenue, 2 o'clock in the afternoon?
That's civil.
You eat it.
Naked. I'm the first Cardi B that never got a dime. I'll tell you the psychiatric ward where they have on the green chalkboard. One more time, and you're going up to the ladder to the roof. And I'll say all that to say, I went from a GED to my second year PhD, and I walked away because I'm tired of being assumed that I'm crazy and gay. I stopped using drugs 27 years ago so it could be established. 27 years ago so that it could be established and documented that I'm crazy and gay. When you combine them, that's schizophrenia. When you take fantasy and reality and you put it together, that's schizophrenia. And in the black community, we pay $60 to be schizophrenic. Because when I go into a ballroom, I'm not going alone. My first attitude is I intend to win grand prize. My character is who the fuck are you? My behavior is if you raise a hand, bitch, you're drawing back another. So if I'm a house mother and a house leader, the first thing that should have happened was all these nosy, eavesdropping, digital, Instagram, Twitter, Facebook bitches heard that child when he was going to attack her with that machete. You were supposed to pick up a chair like you do at every other ball across the street and throw it clean across the room, knock that bitch out and run through the side door. And when you go to your alternates, which many of us in here have, when NYPD comes, you look them dead in the face. I'm a man in a dress. You have the right to remain silent. You don't argue with them. You don't argue with the Elder Parade handcuffs. You don't argue with the taser. And when we go out cruising or prostitution or sex work, you know, it's really cash-generated work. Let's change the label. It's cash-generated work. Pussy will sell with bubblegum bumps. Don't talk about the man. Don't talk about the woman, because femininity attracts money, desire, sex, and rock and roll. I'm gonna tell you something else that we don't discuss in ballroom, but I see it everywhere I go. Colorism. I am one of the few, name them, dark-skinned, international black icons in the world. But everything I face is light, bright, and damn near white. When I was coming up, we didn't have breast and hair. We didn't have sexual reassignment surgery. We didn't have hormones. So we had to Jeanette, Chic, Razor, Magic Shade, Cocoa Butter, Jolene Bleach to be soft. No, it's not soft, it's called androgynous. Educate yourself. There's very few of us. I intend to give a prize at a ball, just like here. I want all the butch queens that are face goddesses, beauties, come in with your backpack of your girl products, and by the halfway through the ball, let's see what you look like in drag. Come on, Susie. In drag, as a boy. RuPaul did it.
Yeah, shout out to RuPaul.
All over the world. Get you now.
Ladies and gentlemen, the icon,
With some beads and rhinestones, she do it. Susie. Miss Harry Styles wears a dress and she's on Vogue. No titty, not a hip, nothing soft, but on Vogue. But we'll sit here and let a big fat man that you can watch Little Mermaid on her back hit me at a ball, cut me at a ball, harass me at a ball. And the reason why we don't fight back is because of not just fear. We have a bad habit of carrying shame and guilt like pockets. And the bottom line is, why am I going to go to jail when I have no bail money? It's bad enough when I leave the ball if I don't win. I don't have Metro card money.
Talk about it, girl.
Let's talk about the sisters that go to balls in thousands of dollars of Gianni Versace, Salvatore Ferragamo, Fiorucci, and they sleeping on somebody's motherfucking couch. You go from Park Avenue to Park Bench, but yet I'll sit here and character assassinate you. And like I told my sisters back there, I am 50 years plus in ballroom. And I am a coward because I never got the opportunity to be the woman that I always wanted.
Yes. We're going to do the remix on the second part of the panel.
In closing, this is
closing.
In closing, that's why I know it's a mental health issue. You know what I told myself for 50 years? I always wanted to be a woman, but I never wanted to be a poor black woman. Good night.
Good night.
Before we go to James, I do, again, in self-awareness, we are all so grateful for that moment. And we want to recognize how sacred just that moment, just those jewel drops, right? We will remember that. Some of us will remember that for the rest of our lives. And that's actually, all jokes aside, it's actually part of why what Ballroom We Care is doing is so sacred and important. We laugh now, we roll our eyes now, we do whatever now. But I'm thinking about in the future, how important that moment. And so thank you, Junior, for always, when you open your mouth, bringing the wisdom of the ancestors with you. And so I'm grateful and I honor you when I speak your name right now. And let's give a round of applause for Junior. Brother James.
However, it is in correlation with the fact, when you ask about the place of situation, it's like you have to supply or be able to guide somebody to therapy. As in the black community, we're already traumatized. We're coming into ballrooms, not being able to win, or being able to fit in, or spaces where you try to become something other than yourself. You know, you have to incorporate therapy into that as well. Whether you approach the person privately, because nobody likes their business to be out, and like Julie spoke of shame. You know, when you talk about shame and everything, people might feel like, oh, I don't want to go to therapy because then everybody's gonna know, and I feel ashamed. I'm ashamed of it. You know, and those certain individuals that we talk about who are consistently violent, or the ones who might do things on the slide violently, or do violent things to themselves. If we, and like Junior said, as mothers and fathers of houses and leaders of houses, we have to take accountability for some of those actions because we have allowed those people into our families, into our home. We have to protect them. We are conditioned, supposedly, to protect them and to guide them on the right path. And one of those paths would be to get therapy, like Jack said, or Junior said, about a parent. You can't tell a parent nothing about their child. My thing is, when you call me father, it becomes a responsibility to me. I never want to be somewhere where I'm at a prison or a hospital and your mother and father turns to me and say, well, they call you father, where were you at?
Where were you at?
No, not you. No. I understand. But no, because I wouldn't even turn to them like in that situation because.
No, because I've had to.
No. I'm just right.
Why is my kids on drugs? Because mom, you were on drugs when they were.
Exactly. But I'm saying, who wants to feel that when a parent turns to you and say that because this child looked at you as the parent and not their possibly biological parent, right? So you feel, and what my point is saying that you feel like you failed the child, you know, or the person. You might feel like that because that has happened to me, where I got into an argument with someone, and me and the person was just arguing. My son wound up having a fight with somebody else. 2 seconds later, we all are brawling in the street. After the fight, he's gone. We're looking for him for hours. We don't know where he's at. I get up for work, and 4 or 5 hours later,
I get a phone call at work that he's in emergency surgery with his spleen being taken out. And where I had to go to the hospital, and his sister said to me, well, aren't you father? Where were you at? And I said, I was right there with him the whole entire time. But it didn't negate the fact that I felt bad. It wasn't my fault because he took it upon himself to attack somebody else and it led to something else. But again, mental health, when we talk about mental health and stuff like that, we have to recognize those things. And if we calling ourselves a parent or a leader, we have to be mindful of what our kids are going through and guide them to helping them and stuff like that, you know? And like Jack said, he's one person who's always held accountability in his mind and stuff like that. That also plays with who you are, how you were raised, where you come from, and your level of understanding and comprehension and even education, right? But also, where people listen to Jack is because, like they said, I don't want to get shot. I don't want my house to be turned away or whatever like that. Jack, you are one of the biggest people. They're always going to listen to you, right? But if we take him, and he said, you banned and you can't come to the ball no more and stuff like that, they're gonna give her a child, please. You understand what I'm saying? It's about the presence because you have that authority mentality. You stand up, we all have to adapt that same mentality. And we have to all stand in our truth or whatever. We all can't be legends and icons and fathers and mothers of houses and be influential to everybody if we don't do what we need to do. You speak about the inside Illuminati. Yes, and I've always fought against the Illuminati. I've never sat in the circles. Jack could tell you, I come and I read you. Just because I know I could. Because I know you don't see me. But you do see me, that's why you don't see me. Right? So we have to be accountable. So mental health, therapy, we have to incorporate that into ball.
But it all sounds nice in this room.
In this room.
It sounds nice.
Nice.
All that respect you said, that voice that I have, the minute we leave out of this room, I try to speak it up on that.
That's what I'm
saying.
saying.
People who want that same kind of power who didn't work for it, it's not power to me.
No, it's not.
The ones that want that same kind of stroke, they bundle up and they talk and they make their own decisions. And at this age, at the age that we're in,
right,
we're just trying to get the next group to understand, don't watch this.
Exactly.
This is not where we're from.
Exactly.
This is not what we're doing.
Exactly.
And there's some of us who is going to have the platform one day where the rules as a utopian society, as it should be, where everybody can have a good time, be safe, will come back. But until we get that, which is what's going to trigger the next part of this conversation, we're still trying to give everybody equal say. Everybody has their own alliances. Everybody has their own rules in different cities and different states. We have not did the thing to be connected. Everybody wants to be big fishes in little ponds instead of being the fucking ocean.
And that's where it goes back to being the mother and fathers and leaders of the houses and being responsible for what we do and our actions, right? Because these people look up to us. These people listen to us. And like they say in the movie, reach one, teach one. Every time that you reach one, you teach one. And every time that you taught that person reaches somebody else and they teach them. And hopefully, like you said, outside of this room, that somebody here takes what we say, and apply that to what can make it happen.
Okay.
I want to thank you for that, Brother James. Thank you.
Ballroom, I'm going to give you a recent example that everybody, I want y'all to think about what I'm saying in the here and now. Yesterday, I was put digitally across the world for the Nike Be True to You 2023 collection for Dave House.
You, Sanaya, a couple other folks, right?
Yes, go in your phone and you see me sitting in Willoughby Street, Brooklyn, in front of a brownstone, and my sequins hooded cape to the ground, my Nike high-top sneakers, made in the name of Pharaoh, but a bitch knew to dress down because I'm getting on the number 2 train to Jackson Avenue in the Bronx tonight.
Okay.
Because my officer didn't know they'd tear my ass out the frame if I put that Nike shit on the frame. They'll tear my shit out the frame if I go down 14th Street. So we have to be mindful of who and where and what and how we present ourselves. Yes, you can put that responsibility on Jack. Yes, you can put that responsibility on James, but that's not where it lies. And we have to stop this one thing, and I'm tired of it, but I love to hear it. Because when I have arguments, why do homosexuals always put heteronormativity into their vernacular of words? What makes you think biologically you had a baby? That don't make you a mother.
Exactly.
Mother raiser, mother lover, motherfucker.
That's right, friends.
That don't make you a mother, a caretaker, or a primary caregiver. We've been around each other for decades. We sat with Chef Boyardee, Franco American spaghetti in a motherfucking can, oodles of noodles. Some of us not used to London broil and Fusee chocolates. And don't act like you are. And you do that in Ballroom. You want to come to a ball, you hear it all the time, you hear it all the time. You want to come to a ball in a 15-minute outfit for a $10,000 prize.
That gone.
No, you have to have boundaries. But what's sad is that, imagine this, and I'm gonna use myself for self-disclosure. If I would have went to a psychiatrist or a psychoanalyst in the 70s and told them that I wanted to be a full-fledged woman, they'd have had me in a room, a gurney for lobotomy. They'd have had me in a room full of trial drugs. They'd have told my mother I'm special ed. She'd have opted for Social Security. She'd have made sure I was nutty as a fruitcake for every recertification, that I was drooling. But instead, the God of my understanding led me to be who I am. And as a role model and a leader, it is wonderful for me to sit here that I started in a little room on 116th Street and 5th Avenue.
Hey, that's where I live now. Shout out to 116th.
Talking shit. Popping shit. You're a beast. You're chopped. Go on, child. Come back next year. And 50 years later, you can see it around the world. I am the Jack has helped me financially, publicly, commercially. I am the most quoted broke MC in the world.
But this is a good transition. Stay right there because we're rounding down our panel, but I want to return to our panelists and return to our audience with two questions. The first question, and they're both very simple questions, and I want you to answer very simply, a sentence or two, and we're going to open it up. But they're two questions to mobilize us. The first question is very simply, what do we need? What do we need? We have service providers in the room. Every time we do this conversation, there are service providers in the room, there are philanthropic funders in the room, but we are also in the room. So articulating our needs is important. What do we need? What I've already heard is we need mental health resources. We need to remember who we are. What do we need is the first question that I have for the panelists. In relationship to any of the things we've been talking about, it doesn't just have to be about violence, it could be about substance abuse. We didn't even get to the question of HIV prevention. What do we need as a community?
As leaders and like y'all said, icons and legends, let the youth know that you've been through what we going through and that it's okay. Some of us just need a hug. I know a hug would take me a long way. Yeah, so a lot of us don't, it's like they say, a lot of us as older people, we sometimes be shameful or tell the youth, the people that looks up to us that we've been through that. I've done that. I know what you're going through. Here's how I can help you. Like I said, I'm young, but I have a very old soul. So like I grew up in Mississippi, so like I grew up around my grandparents. So yeah.
We need more hugs. We need it. Every time each person speaks, I'm going to just speak it down in one quick sentence to remember what it is we're saying. We need more hugs. Which means it goes when we go into those balls and afterward, when we hugging people, we think it's just this thing that's no, it's a love ethic. It's saving somebody's life. We need more hugs.
And one thing I will say is the person who did this to me, we always hug when we see each other. It was never we never had no bad blood before. So that's what, I was really confusing to why, it went down the way it did, but
that's hurtful.
At the same time, we always hugged. It was always a great moment seeing each other. So that's why I came to Ballroom for the great moments, and people like Nicole and Christina was my Beyonce.
and Sierra of the ballroom scene. So. No, I believe the community as a whole, when it did happen, I'm in the ballroom tips and dips, and I saw a lot of people like support me, and that's the reason why I said yes to this. One of the main reasons. Another main reasons I love ballroom. This is my outlet. Like I said, I've been voguing ever since I'm a dancer at heart. I do all styles of dancing, but once I discovered voguing, that's the only dance that I do right now. So that's like when I'm sad, when I think about the scar or my loved ones that I lost to anybody, I vogue. When I'm in a deep depression, Kevin Jay-Z is who I listen to. So yeah, this ballroom is my outlet. I would never let it go.
We just want to remind you how much we hold you in love, right? If you're in the audience right now, it's not corny. We want you to look this beautiful young person in the face and remind them that they belong to us, that you are part of our community, that we are so happy to have you here, and that you stand on the shoulders of all the people in here. And so collectively, we are hugging you. Off this panel, I'm inviting every single person that sees you to make sure that they give you a hug. But a hug is not just what happens in the moment, it's about how we keep in contact. So keep the hugs coming with the text messages and the DMs and all the ways that we can support you. So thank you for that. And we're holding you and hugging you in this moment.
More love, more support. Stop, especially for the leaders, stop telling these kids that labels and fashion is the way to success when it's really not. Let them know school is the way of success. Let them know get a job instead of letting them know sex work is the only way. Yes, everybody has a hustle, but instead of sitting here and because you've overcame your issues or situations, don't forget that other people are different, and what might work for you may not work for somebody else. So if we could come together more as family, how we state these titles, then we will be able to have a more understanding, especially the youth will understand more, that there's things more than just ballroom with labels. We're meant to be a family, we're meant to be together.
Yeah, and are the elders listening? It's so interesting that the first two, I asked a very simple question, what do we need? And what were the first two responses that we've gotten? We need more hugs and we need more love. I hope that's resonating with people, right? That those two simple things that don't cost anything, don't require a house ball to fund. We can do it right now. We need more love, we need more hugs. I know you said more than that, but those are two things that were at the foundation. So thank you for sharing that.
I think as leaders, we can care more and have more understanding. Because like we were saying, if you're a mother, if you're a father, if you're a legend, icon, a leader, you have new young people in your house. So it's like when they leave the ball, we also have to care. Like back in the day, we was different. You had a different breed in ballroom, and now that the newer people that's coming into ballroom, they're different. Like you have so many people that are exposed to different opportunities like TV and like I remember when I first came into ballroom, I could be in a house with 30 people and probably no person had a job. Now you can be in a room with 30 people and you got people in school, you got people having jobs and all of that. So I think we need to care more about that and push them to do more of that other than just saying, okay, it's about a ball. If you don't walk a ball, we're gonna put you out. No, it's not about that because half of these people can't walk the ball or they just need more support and we just have to care more about them. Oh, and for like the agencies, us in ballroom, we are more than just a number. And it irritates me when I come to a ball and they are testing. Like, why are you testing at a ball? For somebody to come into the ball and get told I'm HIV positive and now my whole experience is fucked up.
I might go into the bar and act crazy. Like, no, that's not what we supposed to do. Have test the day before or something like that. Like, cause it just looks so crazy to me.
I am 100% with you. I've been saying it for years. It's ridiculous. You go to a bar, a tester going to tell you that you HIV positive, and the person that gave it to you is down with their new husband in the basement. I'll throw the whole table off.
So we need more love, we need more hugs, we need more caring, we need more culturally sensitive testing strategies, is what I hear in terms of the deliverables. Freddie?
A main one for me is listening. As a whole, there's not a lot of listening. There is listening, but there's more listening for negativity that's going in life as a whole. Hugs. If a lot of people that know me, I often give people hugs. And I'm a part of a program that taught me that you don't do drugs, you do hugs. So this is why I'm constantly hugging someone, because it just may make your day better, it might make my day better, but it's definitely about listening. And it's not always, when we talk about this mental health, you heard Churchill say it, you heard this man over here say it, leaders have mental issues too. So that means it's about, so
you're holding that in, huh?
So when I say it's about listening, it's not about just, it's not just about listening to the youth. It's about the youth listening to their parents as well. Because in my household, when I was brought up and I didn't listen to my grandmother would bust me upside the head with a skillet. And those are the iron frying pans that they have in the kitchen. And with that, that taught me to listen a lot. Like, you know what I mean? So what I'm saying is, because we often hold these leaders accountable. Just know that they have issues too. So it's about listening to them as well. You know what I'm saying? Because you may miss a sign about something that you just didn't see.
Okay, so hugs, love, culturally sensitive testing strategies, resources, and listening. 2 people in the audience, we want to please limit your remarks to less than 1 minute. We want to be sensitive to each other's time. I see this brother's hand was up for a very long time, but the question was, what do we need? And we want specific. All right, I'm gonna get to all 4 of y'all, but y'all can only talk for a sentence each, okay?
I'm gonna make it real quick. I was thinking about when you go to see a professional fight, what do they make the 2 boxers do in the very beginning? They have to shake hands. So with Ballroom, once the 2 people have battled it out, why don't they shake hands and hug so that the battle is lived on the ballroom floor? And that's it. Is that possible? Is that beyond?
We're gonna sit with that. Right? We're gonna sit with that. So what I hear that used to happen, then we had the no hugs movement, which I feel like I'm part of that movement too. No hugs. No, but so we need to talk about camaraderie on the ballroom floor. That's the specific deliverable here. We want to sit with. Yes, sister in the back.
Truth and integrity.
Respect, dignity, truth, and integrity. Come on now, that's a word right there. We need respect, dignity, truth, and integrity. We're going around. There was a third hand here. Yes.
I feel like I'm young and I've been around for like a while. I'm born with about Kiki.
Y'all want me to use it? Okay, I'll use it. But I think the main thing is adults need to be adults. The reason why we listen to our parents is because they were adults and they were adulting us. No shade, at the end of the day, a lot of these adults are that we give parent labels, legend labels, mother labels. They act like we're friends. And the reason that's the problem, because no shade, these people are looking up to you, but they're still with you doing the things that you're doing as an adult with these kids. So at the end of the day, respect is not gonna be there because you're her girlfriend. You're my sister, you're my brother. I don't see you as an adult figure. Now, if you did act like an adult, and I do have a lot of adults that I look up to because they are very stern with me. Things that I can't do around them because I know for a fact, like Bugs, I can't do certain things around Bugs because Bugs will look at me like, "Lou girl." And that's what we need. We need us to put the adults to put their foot down and say, "Baby, if you want to do that, you cannot do that around me."
Or if you want to do that, let me help you do it the right way, because I can't tell you what to do. Because once again, we are young, but we are young adults too. So it's the way of catering to these kids that we say house kids for a reason, to cater to them and make sure they're okay in so many reasons, in so many ways, and make sure that we hold them accountable and hold other adults around us accountable for acting like kids.
We need adults to be held accountable as adults and to stand in their power as adults in terms of leadership. Absolutely. Thank you for that. Yes.
And I'm going to end it with, we need empathy. That comes from all parts, from the kids to the leaders. As being a new leader in mainstream, and a great one at that, man, like I say. We need empathy, and everybody don't get it at home. So you come to these ballroom houses to get it. And a lot of these parents, not even just the parents, it's not just always on the parents, it's on the members as well, that do not give it to these people, you know what I'm saying? And they get overlooked, and that's what makes them do all this stuff, like the violence and stuff, because it's like, where were you when I needed you? You just want me to come to this house of yours to win you a couple of trophies. And that's not what it's about family, right? So, empathy.
Empathy, radical empathy. Okay, so now we're going to ask the last question. We talked about what we need, but we don't want to end there. One of the things that the movement for Black Lives teaches us is that the people who are closest to the problem are also closest to the solution. And we talk a lot about what we need and the deficits that we have, but we don't talk enough about what we already have. And so the last question really is, what do we already have? For instance, we already have a system in Ballroom where we know how to meet each other on that runway. We already have leaders in this community. We already have people who have global microphones like Jack, like Junior. We already have patriarchs who've been around forever, like Stanley, like James. We already have cis women who have incorporated themselves into the community and created a whole new influx of cis-identified women, such as Sister Aisha. We already have organizations like Ballroom We Care. We already have a lot of resources. And so what I want us to end on is to think about not what we don't have, but what we already have, that we want to build, that we're proud of, and that we are applauding ourselves for. Yeah? So what do we already have?
I think we have a lot of intelligent people in the ballroom, talented, behind closed doors, out in the open, with anything, just when it comes down to movies, acting, hairstylists, makeup. We're very talented individuals. We have a lot of work under our hands that's never displayed. So I guess, like I said, we have a lot of talent, and we do have a lot of love that I say in Ballroom, because like I said, when it happened to me, I got a lot of love from people that I did not know. People hit me up telling me that they care. So I think we have love and talent into the ballroom scene.
What we have in the ballroom scene is the next future, which is pretty much, we have future doctors, future everything, fire department, everything. And we have future artists, we have future people who can make movies, everything. We just have to get in touch with ourselves and know that some of us have to find ourselves. It's not all about ballroom. And as you find yourself, you realize that ballroom doesn't have to only be a category. It could be your daily life. It could be something that you could do for the rest of your life. And realize that where you came from, it's like realizing that trauma that you came from and exploring out there and expressing yourself, and to then telling your story as time keeps passing.
We have some of the most talented, creative, trend-setting individuals right now in the world in Ballroom. And we just need to value it more and value each other more and love on each other, support each other, and just realize that we're better. We are better together, and we can do more together than we can apart. It shouldn't matter what house you in. If you know somebody that's going through something, step in and talk to them and help them, because that's what it's about. It takes a village to raise a person, so it takes a village to keep Ballroom moving and growing.
what they said.
Anybody in the audience, what do we need? What do we have? What do we have? We have us. That's a good way to, that's a good way to, oh yes, you have your hand up.
I would say we definitely have a very strong sense of community. I think on the black community, the gay, LGBTQIA community, we really stick together. Like with a lot of stuff that we all go through, like we have been judged so much that we would fight for our trans sisters and trans brothers and gay sisters and gay brothers because we know what it's like. So I think that's the strongest thing that we have because we're a strong community.
We also have an incredible political structure already. Like the idea that we actually have these houses, these groups, which are chapters. If this were a national fraternity, these would be chapters, right? That have leaders that are not elected, but that are literally coming from the community. That's called political structure, y'all. So we already have that in our community. So
what
which
I
is
want to say for the longest.
Yeah.
What we need, really, what we really need is development. I mean, out of all this, we have entertainment, we have healthcare, and all of that. And in every one of them, we have inadvertently, sometimes inadvertently, been exploited. But we, as far as gay community, it's always been like this, where we've added more. I mean, I've had discussions with Junior from back in the day, we used to play Brian Phillips back in 51 Hamilton, remember? Talking about mental health. We're talking about fashion. We've influenced every aspect of it. And I'm telling you, one thing that is missing, two things. One thing is that we should have larger caucuses, not solely larger caucuses that deal with every aspect of it, including development, which means business and money. And this is what people are fighting for, but money that they can't even think about, or they can't even fathom. They have no idea what public relations is. They have no idea what development in business is, and how that relates to the medical arena. We need that. I work at Alliance and I see it all the time. And Alliance for Positive Change. And I even have to school them on what I see. I mean, I came out of the advertising industry. I worked with Multimedia, Broadcast One, Porter Novelli, all of them. And I'm telling you, that's the only thing that's missing out of this, is development.
Also need to recognize, and we'll close out with this, how much of the survivors we already are, right? Just to remember, you all here, right? We just went through the greatest pandemic in the history of Earth, right? Quite literally, or at least the greatest pandemic in the last 100 years. We just went through 4 years of a deranged white nationalist president. We just went through a huge period of racial unrest, right? Some of you had personal struggles that you talked about that you're sitting in, and the fact that you are here, and not only here, but here enough to be able to come on a Friday afternoon and have this conversation means you need to remind yourself that you are a living embodiment of what it means to survive and thrive, and that's what Ballroom has always been doing. And so we're gonna pause there. We have a demonstration by Housing Works. Oh no, what's happening, Tim? We're gonna go right into the next segment? Do the people need a 2-minute break? Just bring them up. You said, Talon said we good on break. You afraid if we break, the people gonna break out? Is that what it is? Okay, the people gonna break out if we break. So no breaks, no breaks. So let's thank our panelists, please. The round of applause. Give them love, give them hugs, give them joy, give them Ballroom. We are so grateful for you. I'm sorry. You don't have time to ask your question. We have a whole other panel. You have a question. So we're gonna bring up our next set of panelists for the evolution of Ballroom. More people that don't need any introduction, but we're gonna introduce them anyway. Our first panelist is the icon, one of the women who brought women's face into our consciousness. Also a brilliant organizer, a pupil of the late great Albert Santana, former mother of the House of Latex, some of our earliest memories, GMAC back on 23rd Street with Mother Aisha Latex. Let me know when they're holding it down, holding it down. We're gonna give it up for Aisha Diori. Come on up. Another man, oh my gosh, this man, I remember this has to be February 2004. House of Khan Ball, New York University, the Kimmel Center. Trayvon Khan was reading me into a box about who knows what. And this man who, I was still like 19 years old, he was like, oh my gosh, Trayvon is reading you? Honey, what was that about? You okay? That man was Jack, and very soon after, thank you very much, man. I had the pleasure of going over to his establishment. Shout out to the house of Givenchy, then the house of Mizrahi. This is a man who, in the tradition of all the great. Okay, hello. We introducing icons here. Do we need a second? Do we need a second? Do we need a second? If you leave, leave in love. If you stay in peace. That's what we doing. But we want to introduce the international icon, entertainer, producer, ballroom historian, Harlem's finest and 29-year-old veteran, the voice of the ballroom, Mr. Jack Mizrahi, Gorgeous Gucci. Okay. Next, we're gonna have another one. This man, I remember back in my Christopher Street days, back when I'm thinking about Julie Kahn walking down Christopher Street, walking down Two Potato. We used to see this strong man who was the patriarch then and the patriarch now. And I'm like, I'm gonna be like him. I'm gonna be real like him. The one, the only, James Icon is in the building. Always a community staple. Always a beacon of knowledge. Always what it means to really be really real. Currently residing in Baltimore, Maryland, where he's doing amazing work as a prep coordinator for Chase Brexton Healthcare for the past 10 years. Give it up again for brother James Icon. Y'all still seem restless. What's happening? What's happening? What's happening? Y'all restless. Y'all restless. Shh. Yeah, you coming back in? Let's be respectful, hold each other in love. We got another honoree in the building who we're about to honor. But take a breath. Okay, we're gonna have this conversation. And listen, if we thin it out, feel free to move closer to the audience. Move closer to the panel. It's okay to have an intimate discussion. It will be worth it, I promise you. Our next person, this brilliant, beautiful sister, who I've been so grateful just to know, just to see, in between doorways, in and out of balls. Miss Tabitha Margella Gonzalez, Associate Human Rights Specialist and Transgender Liaison for the New York City Commission of Human Rights, a ballroom beacon following in the footsteps. When I look at Tabitha, I think of Banji Angie. I think of many of the sisters who've come before us who have been in the work and embodiments of the work. Thank you for putting forward that legacy, Miss Tabitha. It's a pleasure to have you. Who else is supposed to be up here? Is Stanley on the panel? Yeah. I know Stanley is our honoree. Is Stanley on the panel? Yes, I know. You're gonna do that though, right? We're gonna bring up. So we're gonna have. I just wanted to make sure that we've established our panelists. Is there anybody else who's supposed to be on the panel? Junior. Oh my gosh. It's not that I forgot him. It's that he's so pioneering that it slipped my mind. It's somebody who needs no introduction, who is a blessing to us. We stand on his shoulders. We are so grateful for his presence, for his knowledge. The one, the only, the unforgettable, the undeniable, Junior LaBeija. Please give a round of applause. Y'all too grown and too old to be having the energy come down low. Y'all know how to bring the energy up. Y'all know how to do this. Y'all sit at balls for 8-9 hours. You can't be at a 2-hour panel. Come on now, stop it. Stop it. Bring the energy up. Now that we have our 5 distinguished panelists, we want to take a moment to acknowledge one of our community icons. This brother, I remember another story. This man used to give me so much hell. Back in his days as Father Angel and then Father Angelic Khan. This man did not see me and came to love me, and I came to love him. We used to battle because he would be like, listen, little boy, I don't know who you think you are with these little degrees and whatnot, but we're not doing that. That was our story, and now we get to it was over what? Hey, listen. Stop it. And now when I get to see him, we just get to love each other, and I'm so proud of him, and I'm so grateful for him, and we know that Ballroom would not be the same without his presence. And so I want to pass the mic actually to Brother Tim, who's going to say more about our distinguished honoree.
Yeah, so earlier we gave out awards to our awardees. His family hadn't made it yet, but he's here now. So I want to take this time out to acknowledge and present him with this award, outstanding contributions to Ballroom. Like I had mentioned earlier about performance, not only just other contributions. As a performer in Ballroom, I always like to say this earlier, Vogue is a culture in itself. Ballroom, but Vogue, right. You said it's African, so it's, right. So like any other genre of dance, right, Vogue is just as, probably even more important. So I really want to just take this time out to really acknowledge Stanley for all the work that you've done in Ballroom, you know what I mean, internationally, right, and all your contributions. Y'all give him a hand. He brought me the restaurant. Very well deserved.
I don't really like speaking a lot, but no, I am so grateful to be a part of Ballroom. When I first joined, I didn't know that Ballroom would come to be family. Like, I literally tell people, like, I'm very close with my biological family, but I probably spend more time with my Ballroom family. And this community means the world to me. I have met some really wonderful, amazing people in this community. I remember meeting Jack, years ago. We used to go into Jersey, talk and everything. And everyone here means the world to me. This culture, like you said, is a political movement. And we really need to protect it and nurture it. And that's what I do while I'm here. Thank y'all for acknowledging me. I love all of y'all.
Love you.
Okay. Second panel, second look. I have to come back here like man of white, man of black, since I'm in my Jeopardy mode. So our panel, we got some more distinguished questions for them, but we're gonna do this the same way we did the first panel, which is I want you to tell us, we want to get into these questions by you telling us our story. The first question I see here, Jenna, is how has the 2023 evolution of the house and ballroom community impacted the sense of identity, belonging, and empowerment among its members? And really what I want you to do is just tell us about what makes this special is that all of you represent so much history and what it means to be a part of the history, but also be a part of the future. And that you are, and also to be a part of this current moment. That you all are interesting in that you embody the history, you stand on the shoulders of the ancestors, and yet you are the new ancestors in that you are very much shifting the culture and shaping the culture and shaping how people understand ballroom today. So tell us about that. What do you make of this current moment in ballroom where every single time we think we are at the height of mainstream, we go even higher. We go even higher, right? And so people have strong thoughts about that. What are your thoughts about, again, this 2023 evolution of the house ball community, and how has it impacted our sense of identity and belonging? We want to start, which way we going to start? We want to start with Junior? Or we going to start with James? Let's start with James? Okay.
I look at Ballroom like, I look at Ballroom, the evolution, how hip hop came into being. Hip hop started 50 years ago. I'm 50 now this year as well. So the evolution where they thought we were an underground, thank you so much, an underground culture that has grown and expanded worldwide. But just like hip hop, they thought that they would never take it this far. We wondered if we would ever take it this far. Some of us didn't even think we could take it that far. We was in a small space that was just for us. And now we look around and everybody wants to be a part of Ballroom. Everybody wants to vote. We thought the craze was started with Madonna. That was a part of an evolution too, right? I said people thought that it was that Madonna created, but that too in turn was an evolution. And so look how that has come from Madonna right back to us. Just like the gentleman said about television and everything, the influence of Ballroom is on television, on the reality TVs. You hear cisgender women using our terminology in everyday language. You see how they dress and they walk. They always say that our lifestyle was an imitation of their lifestyle. Now the tables have turned. Our lifestyle, their lifestyle is an imitation of our lifestyle. And as it keeps growing and growing and growing, we influence so much. We see videos on TikTok and Instagram of children in school voguing in their gymnasiums, in the playgrounds and stuff like that and everything. I remember I went to Catholic school all my life. I could never understand why I was called a faggot. Where you had somebody who was overtly feminine accepted. It didn't make sense to me. I knew I had a female voice. My voice was very, very high. You know, if you didn't look at me, you thought it was a girl talking. And then when you turned around, you did what he just did, you know? I remember being on the subway singing one day. I'm coming down the escalator and this man passes me and he says, "Oh, I thought you was a bitch." So to see the evolution, but today that's accepted. You know, you see people walking in the street hand in hand, men and women. Women was okay, but men walking hand in hand with each other. That's the influence of us because we were doing it on Christopher Street, Washington Square Park, on the pier, sometimes on the train. We would be unbothered. So that influence is worldwide, and that evolution continues to grow. Now we're in television. Jack went from being on a microphone. Jack went from working with WWF to being on the microphone to now producing and directing and creating shows about us and about our culture. So it's always going to grow and evolve.
Yeah, you're true. Everything you said except about that voice. It's still there. Where we are at now, 2023, look, somebody made a post today on Twitter, and it's like 5 years ago today, the first episode of Pose premiered and changed the world, right? It changed us. Season 1. And thank you. Now we're in 2023, 5 years later, and we still do not have the onus. Yes, we have not reached the plateau. We have not reached the limit. Yes, what we got the opportunity is to learn how it works, be in the room with people who've made it work, and now take the onus and bring it back here when it works for us. We cannot relive what Junior went through, or the people before Junior, when Paris is Burning took off, and right now it's a $25 million, money-making documentary, which all documentaries don't make that much money, but that one did. But what did it do for the community? The last time we seen Jenny Livingston was right after Paris died, and what did we get then? We got 5 minutes of unreleased documented footage at the Latex Ball where nobody could hear, nobody could care. But what we really needed was a tombstone for Paris. What we really needed was access to those pictures that Brian has that we talked about when Pepper died. So the influence that we have now that we got from them is going to influence the next generation to know when you get there to keep it. Because it's not nothing until it starts produced, directed, and owned by us. Because the real stories are not even out there.
That was amazing. One of the things that I know that Ballroom has done is created change all over the world. I was in Ghana. I'm Nigerian and Ghanaian, so I'm a proud African, right? And I went. It was January, the first week of January. Somebody called me and said, "We heard that you're in town. We're having a ball." And you know Ghana, homophobia, you can't walk freely and be feeling it like that. It's not giving that kind of space. It's not accepting yet. It's getting there. But to be invited to come and judge a ball in Africa, they literally organized 12 midnight. Everybody had left the restaurant, but then the ball started. Just like how Ballroom started back in the days, where it was underground. And to see my fellow African butch queens, femme queens, up in drag, and cis women, sealing it, kissing each other, feeling free in Africa. So Ballroom scene has made people, gay people in Africa, LGBTQ, trans women, to feel free. So that's making change that we didn't even know we were doing. The impact that Ballroom has on people is out of this world. And then I went to Brussels in May, and I gagged that Europe is also impacted. But one thing that Europe did was that every time somebody came out, like let's say it's Gorgeous Gucci, everybody shouted Gorgeous Gucci. Everybody shouts 007. So everybody supports everybody in that sense of LSS. And I think that that's something that we're missing here, that we're not thinking about, that we're a community. Even though we're in different houses, we're the same people. So that's something that I saw, but the impact of Ballroom is mind-blowing, especially all over the world. That's how powerful, just from us doing what we were doing here in one corner, now the world is doing it. So that is out of this world for me when it comes to Ballroom.
Wait, because I'm sitting here and I'm listening to you all, and it's like I'm absorbing it, and I'm like so dumbfounded in a way that I can't even find the words to express what Ballroom means to me and how I know how it impacts the world. What I can say is definitely informed the way how I show up, right? When you say change, I think about how much Ballroom has changed me, right? So I make sure that those who come to me looking for that I make them aware of how that's changed me and impacted me. So it's sometimes, as someone who does the work that I do, you may feel as though you're not doing enough, especially when you hear stories like this and you're sitting around that grave. But I always know that even if you can change someone's life today, you're still making a difference. So for me, that impact, when people see mothers or aunties or your favorite femme queen in Ballroom and you're going crazy for them, just know that those are human beings every day who are just trying to make it just like you are. And we're trying to be the best we can with what we got. And thank you to those who are able to take us beyond what we ever expected to go. So I'm sitting amongst great kids, and I'm just like,
good evening. I'm going to keep it simple. I had the opportunity to make sure that everybody that was questioning, fearful, or in doubt of their sexual orientation, identity, or gender, once I spoke your name, it was no longer I want to be, I am. And that's what it has transcended to 2023. I am. To all of you, I can name you by name. I can remember exactly when we met, what ball, what borough, what street, what recording company, what artist. And you still have to say and remember, I am.
So I have a question about the challenges of evolution. And we're gonna go back to the mainstreaming question, which is an obvious one, but I'm just looking at this panel. James, you've been in the scene over 30 years. Jack, over 30 years. Aisha, over 20 years. Tabitha, newer to the scene and grounded, rooted in the work for how many decades, how long? Junior, over 50 years, right? So what are the unique challenges that you all are seeing with this new generation in terms of introducing them to ballroom, managing them in ballroom? What new challenges are you seeing as house leaders, as the beacons of light for your respective houses? Challenges that are emerging now that weren't necessarily there in 2004 or in 94. Are there unique challenges that you see now?
For me, right, I think that the challenges are there, they're just different in how it's created or how it presents itself. Like, when I think about the community and the youth and the challenges that they face, we still dealt with housing back then. We still dealt with economical challenges back then, but somehow we made it work, right? And by us struggling to make ends meet so that they can have a better future, they don't understand what we went through to make them have these opportunities and their access, right? So sometimes, like, I continue to empower my kids, letting them know that no one is gonna save you. No one is gonna save you. Because what we always think is that because you may be doing something greater than me, that you have to help me. And not everybody's gonna do that. So how that has changed is just that for me, I feel as though sometimes if you coddle them, they're not gonna be able to stand on their own, right? When I came out, James is my day one. It was a whole different way back then. We still struggle, right? But we made it. I left. I was gone for 14 years, left Ballroom away. So that's why there's a gap in the history. So sitting here, I'm still learning what happened while I was away, so I could be really transparent. But what Ballroom has done for me was make that girl who came home 14 years later, held prisoner by the same city, return right back around and 14 years later, go to school, get married, raise beautiful trans kids who are doing the work today and now working for the same city that once kept her captive for 14 years. And I would not have been able to do that without some of these people right here. One of the first people that I met when I came home was James. And the conversation that we had, I manifested everything I said I was going to do. And I got that from these people right here. So when you talk about that change, it's the information. It's the art of storytelling, because that's how we're going to save our history. And that's how we're going to protect it. So if we're not here documenting these stories and these conversations, that's the difference. And that's the impact that we can make. But it's up to all of us to do it together.
Thank you, Sister, for reminding us of the history. I certainly in no way meant to gloss over when I said new or member. Thank you for reminding us of that gap and that you've been here for many years, over 30 years as well. So I just want to speak your name publicly and offer that correction to your own personal history. You received that kind of provision?
No, I mean, I received that. It doesn't hurt me, it humbles me. Because to be truly clear, there's a lot of ego. We spoke about that, right? And someone always was the first. And then we use words like gatekeeping and the Illuminati and all those things. They don't exist unless we say they exist. I don't use that type of language. So language is important to me, which is why I'm able to reach different diaspora people. So when you're using the them versus us language, we are already divided.
So that's the challenge.
And that is the challenge. Our language, when we talk to each other and how we communicate. Simple things can be changed with just one conversation. But because of egos, someone may think they can't approach that. Or they may have a different expectation of who Jack is. Just because Jack is Jack and he's the person he is, he don't owe you anything. But the fact that he'll do it, that's determined on him, so then you get mad to me and say, how do you? It's those little things we don't want to talk to each other. we don't want to communicate, we don't want to tell our stories in this authentic form and protect you. I do this because of this. This is important to me, so that's why I'm doing it. And I hope that makes sense to all of you. It does.
Made a lot of sense.
Yes,
Made a lot of
yes,
sense.
yes.
I appreciate it. What I want to make perfectly clear that ballroom culture has a history. And being part of that history, ballroom culture in Harlem simply meant that when ballroom started, you was called coming to the slum. You was called coming to the jungle, because the whites and the blacks intermingled in Harlem, and that was jungle, which Spike Lee further down the line called it jungle fever. So when you come to the ball, and I'm sitting here, a coon, a darky, a Kizzy State put, and I have 4,000 to 6,000 white people being entertained by me, as was said earlier, I was their entertainment. However, what happened in ballroom was that when I was introduced to the ballroom culture, I realized that pastors with Bibles were stealing more money than thugs with guns. And in recognizing that I was being taught to be a ministerial servant, a preacher, a Christian, that I recognized that, I didn't hear the word homosexual. I didn't hear the word sissy. I didn't hear the word faggot that I identified with. I was a sodomite. And in being termed a sodomite, that means if I got caught, I was going to be burnt up in fire, like my predecessors. So I decided that I had to be different. So the person that I learned about that had the power of seduction and desire was not Jesus Christ or the apostles. It was Delilah. Delilah seduced Samson, and he succumbed to her. So I went back in my neighborhood and I became the male Delilah. I was already beautiful. I was already intelligent, and I was already different. So that made me stand out. But here's what truth does. The reason why I had access to my community is because I was a Jehovah's Witness knocking on people's door with the watchtower and awake. So if I saw this gorgeous boy in 225 apartment 1A, I wrote it down. That was a return visit. I went to the next building. I saw my girlfriend, and her name was Fanny Fish, and she was a female impersonator who did Mae West back in the days of Ballroom. So when I returned for a Bible study, and she was showing me her books of babbles, bangles, and beads and feathers, she was nurturing me that you had to use wit and skill to survive in the hood. So with that being said, I also learned the most important lesson, poverty. And poverty meant that I wasn't able to afford to be soft. Because if you wanted to be soft back in the 70s, you had to take the German hormone. Now fast forward, all the girls now, they can take a Medicare and a Medicaid card and get the whole microwave due. You couldn't do it back then. No, I don't do that. I can do that because that's the reality that I come from. I'm from the 70s. Y'all are not. So you can't tell me my story. And that's what we have to do in Ballroom. Let everybody tell their story. I don't have to be politically correct because I have lived. I have to respect the trans women of color's experience. I'm not trans. I'm gender non-conforming. And in Ballroom, that's where the rift comes.
Like y'all just had the conversation. If y'all go he, she, they, them pronouns, I'm a woman. End of discussion. I don't got they, he, she, they, them, because all of the structures that society that I live in said that I had to jump through their hoops, I did. I went to school, I did. I went to church, Kingdom Hall, I did. I went to educated, I did. I went to associates, I did. I went to bachelor's, I did. I went to master's, I did. I went to PhD, I did. I went to the military, I did. I am a veteran. I am a senior citizen. I am retired. I get Social Security retirement benefits. And if I am not socially or economically deprived, and I have been in Ballroom, I had to suffer mental health because I had to watch somebody who I considered a nobody, who everybody favored imitating me. And I was not invited. So not against you personally, but to be able to say, oh, don't do that. They said, don't invite Junior to the Emmys. Don't invite Junior to the introduction of Pose. Don't invite Junior to Legendary. But if it wasn't for Jack, Gorgeous, Gucci Entertainment reminding them that opulence is being sold in Europe, Shake the Dice and Still the Rice is on records, we're not going to be Shady Just Spears. I'm getting ready to do a makeup company's collection, and they demanded that they wanted Junior LaBeija or no deal.
And that's a great transition. Thank you. Round of applause. Give that round of applause. Let's give that round of applause. And as always, we speak your name, and we are grateful for every word that you give us, and I mean that for real. This is a good transition to what Brother Jack was talking about. Okay, we're gonna wrap it around. Oh, you want to speak now? Okay, go ahead now.
I think one of the things that is missing from the evolution of Ballroom is making sure that history is told. Right. So I'm going to put your foot to the fire, Frank, because you're an educator, you're a writer, you finished writing your book, right? So it's time to write the book, and we will help you. We have to write the book of Ballroom. Everybody who has made a name and everything that happens within Ballroom has to be captured, because it never happened if we haven't archived it. And that's what's missing. And we can start that slowly, but it needs, if it's digital or it's whatever, because what's missing with our kids nowadays is they don't know the history. So they're being disrespectful, they're not really paying it any mind. But you got to know where you're going, you have to know where you came from. That's it.
I also want to thank you for that, Sister Aisha. Thank you. But I also want to shout out my dear brother Cesar Williams and his wonderful new collaboration with Google, which just dropped yesterday. And I think everyone on this panel is, featured on that in that archive in some way or another. But I want those of you in the audience to check out, just Google Arts and Culture Ballroom. Just yesterday, they released the largest and most extensive digital archive in American history. And it's over 2,000 images, stories. It delineates Ballroom with all the eras. It has amazing footage from photographers like Gerard Gaskin, firsthand accounts. And it is also all being stored at the Library of Congress. And I say all that to say that is one of the ways in which Ballroom pioneers and historians are documenting the history, especially in a way that young people can read it, right? Or that our generation, actually, this new generation, consumes stuff, which is not necessarily through books. They're more likely to consume it through media. But no, I definitely received that. What I was going to ask with Jack is, Jack, you talked about the importance of basically getting to a space where Ballroom can be for us, by us, in terms of our representation, where we not only control our representation, but we also control the benefits and the revenue that comes from it. As someone who has flown closer to the rainbow and is the rainbow than anyone else in Ballroom, in the history of Ballroom, in terms of your influence and your stakeholder status, what do we need? Let's go back to that question. What do we need in order to make that happen so that we are telling our own stories, but also benefiting from our stories financially?
I think we just need to, we have all the tools already. Every single experience that we've had is so different from everybody else's. That somebody said we all need to write a book if we make some. I think any one of us in this room a person of color, a person of, in this community has a story that's completely their own. They haven't heard it of. I think to get to the point, we have to understand what it is that we want. Not everybody needs to be the writer, the producer, the director, and the actor. Find your lane, understand it, know it, and then when you get the experience, and this is the biggest thing, I always tell people that I work with, especially the kids when we started on this journey together, I said to them, not even in my house, and I book people all around, because I remember when we were looking at people that got the opportunities, they were only booking within their own. We wanted to keep people from within different houses in Ballroom. That's where the whole gorgeous thing came from, just to put us under one umbrella, right? And I tell them all the time, when you get here, your talent got you noticed. Your professionalism is going to keep you booked. And professionalism means showing up on time. Professionalism means being ready and present when you do show up. It's not kissing ass. It's not going above and beyond just so to look stupid. No. It is doing what is asked of you and knowing what you're doing, and make sure that when you give it back to them, that it's better than anybody else they can ask it for, and that's your ownness. So that's what we have to understand. We have to understand financial responsibility and credit. If you're gonna open up a company or wanna say you're a company, you're a CEO, do it the right way. Make sure your tax papers are in order. Make sure you may not be able to afford an accountant right now, but get with people who know. It's about getting there, knowing it, and staying the course. And then passing it on, of course. Bringing people under you and be like, well, look, do you want to be a writer? Do you want to be, there's so much talent in this scene. So much talent in our community.
So this is a follow-up, then I'm going to pass it to Brother James. Can you tell us about, just in the spirit of in that first panel, we talked about anchoring into first-hand experiences. What were some of the challenges that you had in the director's chair and the producer's chair, both with Pose and Legendary?
I think when people are looking to examine the scene, especially back then, I think what happened is they would get one reference, and the hardest thing to answer your question directly is getting in the fucking room. People, there's a misunderstanding that I was on board with Pose from the jump. No. It took one opportunity that they gave to me, and they realized, oh shit, this is the real deal. And then I got brought on, and that's when the conversation started, what we talked about, right? And we would get there and to seeing people and be so happy we're here, and I said, well, where's Junior LaBeija? Obviously, if you're doing something about this time period and nobody's mentioned Junior LaBeija, there's a problem. So it's getting into the room, and when you get into the room, remember where we came from, remember what is real, not being afraid. Ryan Murphy turned to me first day on set and said to me, if we were in the house and one of the kids was selling drugs, what would the house mother do? I said, well, the house mother would probably, it depends on what kind of house mother you are. You'd either put them out or you'd get them to sell more drugs for you. Real talk. He said, well, I'm gonna put them out, okay? Because that's an option too. And that's what you saw with the storyline with Little Poppy. So when somebody's listening to you and you're giving them the goods, give them the real deal. Tell them what's happening. And if they're not going to the place that if they're not authentic with them, remind them that's not us. That is not how we talk. That is not how we do things. I understand for art, interpretation or whatever the case may be. But be truthful. Don't be afraid to bring somebody on who knows because you're afraid that person could diminish your shine. You're already here. You're already shining. But you don't know everything.
And I love that about Jack's story, about not actually coming on to Pose at the beginning, coming on after, but then staying to the end in part because of that professionalism that you were talking about. Oprah Winfrey has a great line, that luck, right? That luck is just preparation meeting opportunity, right? That you have to look for the opportunity, but you got to be prepared whenever it comes so that when the opportunity comes, you can step into it. And so what I hear you saying is that because you were prepared, you were able to seize that opportunity and bring it through. And so that's a word for somebody, absolutely.
I got there on the 5th episode, and they gave me all of the first, nobody has seen the show, and let me watch episode 1 up until the episode we were shooting. That was my first thing that I did the first week on set, right? And from then on, I'm looking at the story and I'm looking at the script, I'm like, wow, they pictured us beautifully. But from us organically from here, how would we write it? And it wasn't, we have the stories, but we didn't know the structure. So I gave them what I thought, was something I wrote like 5 years prior. And they said to me, this is great, but you need to learn the structure. Here's this book. Wow, I got the book the very next week. I was on set reading the book, not knowing people were watching me. They saw me reading the book, and they saw me going online, going to take classes. I would leave set and go take classes, because now I'm like, wow, I'm right here with y'all. I need to understand this process. I need to understand this format, because what you're writing is great, but what I'm gonna write after is going to be just as great, if not better. And that's my goal.
Preparation, meeting, opportunity. Brother James, you have such a wealth of experiences from being in Ballroom, being a bona fide icon, doing prevention work, right? And you represent that long legacy in Ballroom that Aisha also belongs to, Tabitha also belongs to, of the intersection of prevention and performance, runway, Ballroom, and the work. Tell us about, are there unique challenges that you're seeing in this moment? Is it getting better to sit at that intersection of prevention and Ballroom? Is it getting worse? Are we past that moment? Like, I remember the POCC era where you had POCC and GMAD, and I felt like there was, and House of the Latex and GMAC, and I felt like there were so many prevention agencies in Ballroom that were doing the work, a lot of problems in that moment, but there were a lot of them. And then something happened where they kind of all went away, or the relationship changed. And so can you just talk to us about like sort of that aspect of what you're seeing as someone who's doing the work?
So the challenge, you speak about challenges and what it was then and what it is now. I think now we have more preventative measures to prevent people from contracting or the transmission of HIV, right? And that has given people a sense of security where they might not be as preventative as they think they are being, right? So we have PrEP now. I interviewed the doctor a couple of years ago who actually named AIDS, and he told us if we had PrEP back then, how many people's lives we would have saved, then knowing that the same medication that we were using to treat HIV was the same medication used to prevent HIV, right? So when me doing the work and me speaking to people, whether they're young and old and whatever walks of life and stuff like that, it's a genuine conversation of education and trying to, they tell us to meet the person where they are. So most people you can't talk to in a terminological way, right? I have to talk to you as if you're my friend or somebody that I met on the street or somebody that knows. You have to speak to people in the language that they are able to understand what you are talking about, right? And as much as you talk about it, you can't lead a horse to water and make them drink it. So when I say that the sense of preventative measures have made people comfortable because now we have something that prevents you against HIV, the term is Raw's Law. So now I don't have to catch HIV because I can take something to prevent me from catching HIV. However, I no longer think about all of the other STIs that could impact my life, you know? So that's a challenge in trying to help people to understand that portion, you know, and trying to get them to realize that although you might be on a preventative medication, you still should be using condoms or other contraceptives that protect you against the STIs, right? And so, like a lot of kids today, look, I gotta stop saying kids because no one is really a kid. Everybody is really an adult. 18 years old, legal age, you are an adult. So when I speak to other adults and we have these conversations with my own friends and family members and stuff, and we try to get them to understand the importance of that, it becomes a challenge. So when you speak about the organizations back then, whatever happened, because I wasn't a part of those organizations, you know, rumor-wise, you know, misappropriation of funds, egos, and everything like that, and things go away. Now we have a plethora of other organizations in place that deal with a multiple generation and walks of life, from the trans community to the cisgender community, heterosexual community. Everything is intertwined. That's a challenge, that now everything is intertwined and we are no longer separated. You know, when we were separated, we were underground. Nobody was in our realm. And then you had the people over here that was heterosexual, or even like Junior said, the ballroom scene was known as the slums and stuff like that. And when I came out, the challenge was don't join the house. If you joined the house, you was at the bottom of the totem pole in gay life and stuff. That's not what I found. I found that in Ballroom, I met many people who became life. Me and Jack met when we were 19 years old. We lived up the block from each other and had never known. But we have been friends ever since. You know, so when I meet people, me and Aisha had a tiff when we first met. We would be reading each other, but we've come to love and respect. Junior has always been an idol of mine, you know. So the challenges that we face sometimes is understanding and education a lot, right? And education doesn't always mean a book. You know, education can come from word of mouth, from conversation, as we have said over and over again, you know. But the willingness to hear the information and to accept the information has become the challenge. So my job is to make sure that I am always educating someone on something that will improve their livelihoods. No matter whether I'm in the office or out of the office, like I'm talking to you now, I am educating those that are listening, to everyone that's sitting here listening. And afterwards, you always know that you can call me. My phone rings 2, 3 o'clock in the morning. People ask me why I don't call them, because my phone is always ringing. I don't have a time to call you. You know what I mean? You know what I'm saying? Whether I'm dealing with family or friends, I don't have the time. But I don't mind, because I feel in that moment, if you call me, then you need me. So the challenge also, when Jack says about people just including their friends, that's a challenge. You know, because some people are fighting to get into that world, but you can't because you're not a part of my world or a part of my clique. That's a challenge. And those are challenges we have to figure out how we can overcome those obstacles to have everybody included. You know, when you talk about love and hugs and appreciation and acceptance and stuff like that, that's how we have to do it. Don't be afraid. People tell me, you know, I might be unapproachable because of the way I look. But again, when I speak, you see something different. You hear something different. Don't be afraid to come up to me and say hi to me. Don't be afraid to ask me a question, because everybody knows, and me and probably 1,000 other people, anything that we talk about is confidential. Anything that I say about myself is for the public to know, because I want you to know about me. Anything I don't want you to know, you won't know. You know, but I am approachable. I am here for you. I am here to teach you. I'm here to help you. I'm here to guide you. I'm here to hug you. I'm there for you, no matter if you're crying, you're dying, your parents died, you broke, or whatever. You know, again, my phone is always ringing. Somebody needs a cash app, you know, but then I got to chase you down for my $5. And it's not because that's also a teaching, because it's not about the money. It's about the principle. You know, my father always told me, don't tell me that you want to borrow something. Now I'm looking for it. So I'm teaching you how you ask for something that you say. You got to stand on your word and what you say. And we have to hold people accountable for their word and what they do, which is also another challenge.
I want to back what he just said. Okay. Because I want to show the audience about when you are true to you. And he's sitting right there. The both
just click it on. Just on the side.
I forget what year it was, but it was a summer. The season was summer, and the ball was at tracks. The ball was at tracks during the summertime. So I'm in Harlem, and I remember I wore a white skirt with a rainbow blouse, Botticelli pumps, and I go to the track ballroom. And because me being junior division in my heyday, they made me a judge. And the category was Butch Queen Realness. And the category, all the men had lined up. And I'm like, say I'm talking to Aisha and I'm talking to Tabitha, I'm running my mouth. And the prominent Butch Queens came before me, but the judge that had to pick the winner was one. And when I turned around and I looked at the household ballroom bullies, and I looked at the beauty that was standing before me, right? Guess who I picked? James Icahn.
There we go.
The ballroom went
and the rest is history.
The ballroom went into a
and so was born.
Because they knew
that I didn't know him from a can of paint. And look at him now. A star was born, an icon was born.
Right. And that's the energy that when you see the light, you never know who's the light. There's no assumption in that. I saw what I saw. And here today in 2023, I can sit back here in my old age and have Icon a reference point. Gorgeous Gucci a reference point. Aisha with Alpha. We would motherfuck and I'll be right here every day at the ball. Every day at the ball. I remember her little, she was little this, then she grew up to be this, then she got married, and she got a husband, and she got all these children. But y'all know, I'm a senior citizen now. I have the right to be old and cranky. I've earned it.
That's right. And it's true what Junior said is true. I mean, one of the things and how this connects to what James is saying. Hold on one second. Who was there who was about to speak? Oh, Tam, I was leading into a question for you, but if you want to respond, let me lead into my question for you.
Because I do want to speak to like the struggles in between like providing the services in Ballroom and my experience with my demographic.
Can I set the question up? Because I want you, because I think it's just going to add to what you're going to say. I was going to say what Brother James was talking about is about this legacy of community educators, which is something that has always been in our community. And I can't think of anyone who is a better embodiment of that legacy of the community educator than someone like you, Tabitha. And I wanted to, absolutely, and I wanted to, the same way I asked James about the challenges about that world of prevention and Ballroom, I wanted to know if you could share with us your experience as someone so deeply connected to the work. And it's such a beacon of light for so many of our women of trans experience. Are you seeing particular challenges? Let me just set it up like this. I know that as a bush queen in Ballroom, I've watched, what happened? What's going on? Tabitha's over and she like, boy, if you don't answer this question, that was what happened?
No.
Tabitha's like, bitch,
I'm just kidding.
I'm ready to talk.
No,
Jack is always causing trouble.
Right.
It's just like you're listening to him, you're like,
I'm ready. And yeah, I spoke, but I'm trying to I'm pushing through. I'm about to arrive at my question.
I'm leaning into the question. Like I'm trying to get what you're saying in places in my head. So
you listening?
It's this thing that I do.
We get it. The only question is this. We're in a moment where women of trans experience have been critical of some of the turns in Ballroom, which they have argued have been patriarchal, have been problematic, and we're seeing a necessary uprising, I think, from many of our women of trans experience about really asking Ballroom to do better around its own transphobia. And so I'm wondering if you could speak to that and the role that you play as a community educator.
So there's two things that came up for me, and I'm scared to move like this now because Jack may think I'm rushing you, but I'm gonna try to be still. Two things that come up for me when you say that. One, I'm gonna talk about how I got introduced to Ballroom with the discussion. Two is when I was out here, it was community. Like we didn't have deliverables. We kind of took care of each other the best way we could. So when I came home and I saw that there were so many resources, but yet I still saw people suffering, I couldn't understand why. Because there's so many resources, but then I came to discover that there was a lack of trust. There was a lack of trust that the people who came for services had in receiving the services from the same people they probably slept with or have done some harm, right? Because when they wanted to bring these services in, they just came and got people who probably weren't trained enough. So they actually caused a lot of harm. There was a lot of mistrust from trans women coming to get service from other people. It was so hard. So I had to do innovative things and come up with different ways to approach the girls, and that was by sharing my experience, right? Because what I lacked in academia, I definitely make up for it in the experience because I lived it. Right, the center was like a place that I came when we had Janet planning and all the girls running around in here. I ran around on Little West 12th Street when Josie lived under the bridge, under the stairs, and I used to lay there with her, right? So when I tell these things and I think about how I'm sitting here with some of the same people who I used to hide on the side streets because I know they was over there and I didn't want them to see me, until I got snatched. Right, so I come home and I'm seeing the same shit. And it's hurting me because I'm like, girl, like I just came from over here and I got this. But preparation and the willingness to want to make that change has to be in the person. Right, I started, I never really got chopped. Only the first person that chopped me was in this room, and that was Nicole, and she chopped me, right? But I know what a chop felt like, because every time I went somewhere and got told no, I know to bring it back, right? So like Jack said, I started getting around the people who had the resources and watch what they do so I could take it back and do it myself. The first job I had was given to me by a white trans woman. Her name was Jillian Watts. I didn't know a lick about Microsoft. And I knew that I couldn't sit up in there and pretend that I did. So I started to go to the free library sessions. You have to do the work. I started to train myself. I went back to school. I started to train myself so I can do it because I was not going to let my kids suffer. When I met my son, he was 16 thrown out of the street. I didn't know what that looked like. But I know I wasn't going to let him lose his life because he was already caught. So then I became a trend. Everybody became Tabitha's nieces and nephews. How many nieces and nephews in the room? Right? Because they trusted me. And that was the hardest thing to do, was to get them to trust service. To come back into service. You got people who will fall out of compliance because of something that you said to them and will not take their medication. Right? And if we don't see ourselves in those spaces, we probably won't go there. But it's our own. And I tell people this all the time, no matter where you go, to HRA, to Housing Works, or when we kid, you see us serving us, so what's the problem? It's the language. It's how we talk and we treat each other. I keep telling you, it all comes back to language. Right? Providing that opportunity. Like I said, no one's gonna save you, and I'm gonna keep repeating that. No one's gonna save you, no one's gonna save you. You have to want to do the change and do the work yourself. But there's people that will hold that door open for you and point the way. They are not entitled to do it for you. And the hardest thing was getting them to understand that. I can give you all these services, and I can tell you where they're at, but you gotta want this. Helping them and seeing them fall off was the hardest thing. So I remember calling James several times, like, James, like, what the hell do we do with such and such? And we kicking it back and forth, literally. All times of the night. I knew then that everything that Nicole and Sean told me had to be a part of those moments. Right? The patriarch. Something happened at OTA. The girls were being mean. Then I started hearing stories about how the girls felt silent in their houses and they didn't have a voice and everything was just male-led. So I had an idea. Let's have a panel called Throw Glitter Not Shade, and let's invite all the women to the table. I was able to grab some phenomenal women from Ballroom because I earned the trust. You see, and that was the hardest thing for me as a service provider and someone who was brought up in Ballroom. You see, because Ballroom raised me. So getting them to see that I wasn't just Tabitha Gonzalez, the New York City assistant, social human rights specialist. I am Ballroom. I'm a product of Ballroom. Let me also say, Femme Queen Executive Realness of the Year 2022. Let me talk my shit while I got the mic. So, let me say that because I can get really heavy because I know how hard it is. I sit in and I remember my little niece coming in, my little sister, she started to do the role that I'm doing. Right? I make sure that I'm passing that information on. That's how we do it. Don't come from a spirit of, like you don't have. Right? Y'all speaking like we lack. We don't lack nothing. We have everything here. We need to be speaking in abundance. We need to stop speaking from a place of deficit and start creating space for other people. Because that's how you do it. And when you create that space, let them know their clear responsibilities, that what they have to do. Because you can't save them. No. Because some of us are still saving ourselves.
Thank you.
I see. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Sister Tabitha. Uncle Mike had his hand up.
I've had the privilege of accepting junior.
watching everybody come, the panel come into Ballroom. Actually, me and Tim. I have a question though, and I think I asked Jack this when we went to Rochester. But I'm gonna ask y'all individually. And watching y'all we were all standing on the free line in front of tracks, and we were all talking. Jack wasn't in the house at that time. I think James, you had just joined Revlon. Did you ever see yourself where you are now?
No. I used to tell my mother as a child that I would never live past the age of 21. I don't know why I used to tell her that. I just used to tell her that all the time. She would tell me, would you say that and stuff like that? But there was this thing that was in my head, you know. My uncle told me that I was a reincarnation of my grandmother, who was my mother's mother, right? So I was born with a veil over my face, which it gives you an extra sensory sense of things. So I used to have that thing where I could sense things would happen. However, I joined the House of Revlon at 19. And then 21 came, and I lived. I had to accept that part first, so I can continue to live. But to be here today, to talk to people in Ballroom about what I do, I never wanted to be the father of a house. I thought it was a curse. Because fathers of houses died by the time they was 25, 26 years old. My own boyfriend, Kenny, started his own house of Gautier. Kenny died at 24. I was 21. You see? But I felt like at that moment, you know how they say somebody dies for somebody to live? I felt that connection with him, right? So I had to continue doing the work that he was doing in Ballroom as me. Kenny gave me my style for realness. I used to walk realness with a jean shirt on and the shirt open and stuff like that, and thought I was the cutest thing in the world, and he changed my outlook. So no, I never thought that I would be here today. Derek told me one time as we were standing in front of the barbershop, you know why you in realness? It's because you're cute and you can dress. That's it. But it was the realest thing that somebody said to me. So every time I heard something, I applied it to my everyday life and not just my ballroom life. And then when the opportunity arose, I was the active father of the House of Revlon when Tony went away, right? But that was a natural thing for me. I was always a natural born leader. But to be the father of a house, when Ashley called me one of my first sisters, I instantly said yes and left the House of Revlon. And we opened up the House of Icon and stuff like that. Even then, I still didn't see 23 years later that I would be sitting here or be in the Hall of Fame. I remember we were in the clubhouse. There, Selvin is saying something about the Hall of Famers and stuff. I'm looking at Andre like, what are you talking about? He said, he's talking about you, stupid. And I'm like, oh, shit. You know what I'm saying? I go out there. Then I go to Philadelphia and be inducted into the Hall of Fame the same year. Still again, and Jack is interviewing me outside. Still again, never thinking that I would be in a position, although now I'm a father of a house, never be in a position where I could sit on panels and discuss my experiences and teach people about things that has happened to me or the things that I've gone through and stuff in hopes that that would help and encourage the next person to do better. Because everything that I teach people in Ballroom, I learned from my own biological father. I'm a junior. My father never discredited me, disowned me, nothing like that. You know, he never touched on the word gay or nothing like that, but he knew exactly who his child was. And only thing my father used to say to me is that I always raised you to be a man. So men do things accordingly and rightfully and live a righteous life. My father instilled God into me. So those are the things that I take from home, my mother and my father, and I'm the youngest, 5 brothers and sisters. Everything that they teach me, the realness that you see comes from my brothers and stuff. So I apply that in every day and I teach that back. So no, I never thought that I would be here doing what I do today. And though I might not be who Everybody might claim to be their favorite or something like that, but I know my worth, and I know my work, and I know the people that I touch, and I know the people that I speak to, and I know the people who I genuinely love, and they love me, because I love everybody. Y'all know that. You know, as fierce as my mouth can be, and I'll turn around and still say, I love you though, bitch. You know what I mean? And stuff like that. Because I genuinely do. I give love because love has always been given to me. So no, and I hope that I could be here another 23 years to continue to do this, to talk to people.
Same question. For me, I always knew that I always wanted this. I always wanted this from the time I was young, you know, really, really young. Always from Kids Incorporated to Mickey Mouse Clubhouse, yes, right? Yes, from, you know, watching Ballroom, I always wanted to be on television, work in television, do television. When I got into Ballroom, I knew that from that first ball that I went to, I knew we all deserved to be on television. We all, yeah, in the cab. I believe that there was so much color, there was so much excitement, there was so much charisma in that one night of Ballroom that it's lasted this love affair that I have with it for 30-something years in counting. So it was just getting there and seeing it.
I mean, I pivot. I guess I pivot back and forth when it comes to Ballroom because I never thought I would. I don't know how I fell into Ballroom, right? Because I came as an immigrant to America, didn't have any in to what is Ballroom, but I know when I was at the Y and they had the Moshood Ball, and I said, "What is this? What's going on? This is a chance." And we saw, I saw plus size women. I saw people that wouldn't necessarily be saying, oh, this is what the aesthetic beauty is, because they teach you what beauty is, right? And I think that what Ballroom did for me was open my eyes to know that my beauty is what is my beauty, and what you consider your beauty is your consideration. So I never thought, but I'm here, and I am happy because Ballroom has taken my self-esteem. Ballroom taught me how to do makeup. Ballroom taught me how to be so confident. I was confident as a child, but so confident that people don't like me, right? Because I am who I am. And you're gonna deal with it or not. So that is something that I can take away, and I'm so glad I got it because I stand my ground, and sometimes I might not be right, but Ballroom has taught me that nobody can push me, change me. I am who I am. You accept me or you walk, basically. So I'm happy that Ballroom came into my life, and I never knew I'll be here, but I'm happy that I'm here.
Well, no. Yo, I'm loving this moment. Listen, did I ever think I would be here? I'm gonna try to keep it short. No, that's the short answer. Excuse me?
Well, we can't hear that.
Listen, so honestly, I didn't think I would be here, right? I was out there. When I say out there, I was out there. So when I got snatched away, they think that, I'm gonna stop saying snatched away because Joe kind of rescued me. Because I was on the warpath and my life would have been ended a long time ago. So when I came home and I saw that everything has changed, I still remember my number, 9787624. Because you didn't go by your name, you went by a number. Right, so coming home, and I didn't see a lot of the same people that I was rolling with. And I remember talking to James and asking, where's this one, where's that one? He's like, gone. And I knew in that moment, I started hearing the language like, black trans women don't live past the age of 35. So I'm like, oh man, I ain't got that much time left, so I gotta start moving and doing stuff. So I started to become active. I started to raise my voice, because if I was gonna go out, I was definitely gonna go out with a bang. It was gonna know about time. And I'm 50, well 49. So that was debunked, right? Because I'm still here. So did I think I would ever be here? No. A former junkie, sex worker, thief, who was incarcerated for 14 years, come home, you was a bad girl if you had a two-way pager when I was out there. I came home and people was talking on the phone, and I was like, what is that? So and they left me, I always call it $40 in the ticket. That's what you get when you come home from upstate, $40 in the bus ticket. They leave you at Midtown. But they didn't know, bitch, I was raised in Midtown. So I moved my way around. And I started to navigate. And then I knew that the only way that I would exact justice or to change anything would become to go inside of it. So that's why today I do the work that I do, right? The same city that held me captive for 14 years, I would go and then work for that same city to enforce rights so my people don't have to be scared to be themselves. So that's why I do what I do, and that's the passion of me. Because I don't want anyone, and especially someone connected to me, to have the experience that I had. So yeah, did I think I would be here? No. But I'm here.
Now, I want your undivided attention. I want no interruption, no game, because I want you to.
See?
No, because I'm silent, right?
Right.
I'm quiet. But see, I want you to understand the power of being a part of the universe, who happens to be a part of Ballroom. Because what I'm about to say can be validated in this room. Not just from my mouth, but it can be validated. You said, did I ever think I was going to be? I was supposed to be here. And here's the proof. My best friend, Brian LaBeija, Leonard Phillips, owned, not rented, owned a 21-room townhouse. 51 Hamilton Terrace, historic landmark. And I was the queen that walked from St. Nicholas Park, the cruising ground, dusted out of my mind, through the pathway to the 21-room townhouse, stick the key in the door, turn on the fireplace, sit in the Queen Anne chair, smoke the dust. Every Dominican, Flaco, Miguel, Samuel, came through to get high. And I was sitting there in the rose garden upstairs, talking to the moon, because he was my Butch Queen best friend / husband. If anything was to happen to him, the deed and the papers was in my hand. But when you are not legally on paper, that's your imagination and your creativity, because you're not documented. I learned there that money, property, and prestige holds power, not trophies or categories. Fast forward, being part of Ballroom, the icon, Paris is burning, remember? In this room, go to the office, in this room, Junior LaBeija, me, paid for Paris Memorial Service, Pepper LaBeja's Memorial Service, Portia's Memorial Service. Because I had to practice, we take care of our own. I also had to represent, like I said it earlier, and that's what I love about being a truth bearer. I love her, I love her, I love him, I love him, I love you, and you, and you, and you, and you. But I'll be the first one to stand in line for a pair of super sheer stockings, 3X French coffee. Chanel Red Rouge, Princess Borghese mascara, Maybelline. I'm a twisted sister. And that's why I can recognize in my other sister's face. You don't have to tell me that you're under stress. Bitch, I know. I know what anxiety is even in ballroom. And I even know what the anxiety is for the people not winning the trophy. But what you have to be aware, you have to be able to pull them to the side. You're not ready. There's 24 in this house. Why? Where do, and me and Jack have had discussions, heated discussions about my view. And I'm not saying this to be vain, I'm gonna end with this. 0 is a placement. You can either go negative or positive. That's the placement. I'm number 1. So 2, 3, 4, 5 come behind me. But the bottom line is, and I said this to Jack many times, you created this, it's yours. You don't let nobody take it away from you. I tell you all the time, it's yours. You don't let nobody take it away from you. Me and her have argued and sitting on the same panel at the latex ball. And we, what you want me to do? I'm a chopper. Judy, don't do that, don't do that. She get chopped. But the point that I'm making is, we say, what do we have to do to make the change? Our targeted audience. Let's keep it real. Watch the hidden bullshit. A targeted audience. We'll use the name, and I heard y'all tonight, Madonna. I was at the Red Parrot. I was one of Miss Dorian Corey's dancers. Me and Richard Ebony, two jungle buddies, and Miss Dorian playing Faye Ray from King Kong. And I told her, there's a woman coming here and she's going to turn her out. She's going to turn us out. Her name is Madonna. She came. Ballroom. We allow all the aesthetics. Jack introduced me. Jack, and I mention his name with pride. Jack introduced me to the producer and creator of Legendary. And I looked him dead in his face while Jack was having the house photo production and told him, let me tell you something. And he was a little white man. Let me tell you something. You're sitting here telling me that you want a ballroom scene show where Meg Thee Stallion and Rihanna will come in and judge the ballroom children. Let me give you an example of what I consider to be entertainment. Picture this, because you and me are the same age, sir. Marilyn Monroe come in the room, and the whole audience is going, ah, ah. I said, but all of a sudden, the audience turning over chairs and tables and screaming. And when you turn around, it's Elizabeth Taylor. I'm a classic. I don't do up and coming. I am. And that's what I feel for everybody here. When we discuss ballroom, I am Carl. I am Jack. I am Aisha. I am what's that? Talented. But you know what you be joking with her about history? Because every time I see her, I think Letitia. Now, if you don't know what the history is, you don't know. That's why I keep saying the word little, and then no, it's not little Letitia, it's talent. But ballroom wise, I'm old and cranky. I don't like to be old and cranky. I don't like all this fast stuff shit. But when it comes down, just something else that we have to change. And only you can teach us. And your girls can teach us. Trans, T, gender non-conforming, those are medical terms. To bill you. And when y'all work in the field, you know y'all get billed. So don't play naive. You get billed. ICD-10 says if you get an aspirin, it's $5. You get a tube, it's $25. So my thing is, and here's what I suffer with in ballroom, what I suffer with. I can write out your your evaluation and your long and short-term goal and have you locked up if I wanted to. But if I come in the room and they go, excuse me, Mr. Good will be right with you to see you for your services. And you'll sit there and go, oh yes, I hope Mr. Good is very nice. I hope you don't ask me too many questions. And I walk in the door, what you gonna say? No, you gonna go, Miss Junior, you here too? Miss Junior, you get source purposes too? No, I'm Mr. Good. Miss Steve, no, you're not. Because you want to feel your anonymity and confidentiality is going to be violated because I'm a ballroom icon, I got a big mouth, and you're going to reject me. So I have to refer you to someone else. So if I decide to refer you to someone else, I can refer you to Jay, I can refer you to Aisha, I can refer you to Jeff, because you won't feel violated by me. But like it was said earlier, I need therapy too. And guess what my issue? I'm gonna share with you because I want it to be a completely June Pride experience. Do you know for the first time in my life, I am happily in love?
Round of applause for that. Let's give a round of applause for that. Remember that was our fourth letter. That was the fourth letter of healing. Love.
So for me, it's like,
okay.
What else is there?
Hooray for you.
Yeah, for me, my thing is, I'm not worried about no, she won space prize? Smooches! Ooh, she won the grand prize at Chicago. Smooches! I got to go home and cook dinner. I got to do laundry. I got to be nice to him because they get paid. I want all those wonderful, normal things that happen in life for me. And so I'm going to end with that. Let's discuss that before this night's end. What's normal?
Well, our love is normal, and we're going to wrap up by saying this. We want to thank, first of all, just again, we want to thank Ballroom We Care. Also just acknowledge, thank your endurance for being here. I love what you got. First of all, thank Ballroom for always being a space of creation. I want to answer that question. Thank Ballroom for always being a space of creation and for creating space. To answer the question too, Uncle Mike, I came into Ballroom in 2004, and I didn't expect to be here in 2023 myself. And I took many, many dips, but one of the things that I like about my journey in Ballroom is I was blessed to be connected with people. It was Luna and Trayvon, but also Taz Omni and Michael Roberson, who was my father for many, many years. And one of the things that Michael actually taught me and instilled in me was that you don't always have to be a part of the ballroom scene to be a part of the ballroom community, right? And so I, like Tabitha, like so many of them, took plenty of dips outside of the scene and got a lot of shit for that. But I always remain connected to community because one of the things that Ballroom has done well is allowed us to understand that you do not have to be at the ball in the scene to still be connected to community. And this is a testimony to that. So that legacy of how community lives outside of the balls is something I've always been connected to, as well as being connected to the scene. But it's a part of the history of Ballroom that I want us to lean into about why these gatherings are important. So we end, as we begin, thinking about HEAL. What do we say HEAL stands for? Honesty, evaluation, accountability, I forgot, and love. Honesty, evaluation, accountability, and love. I think we did that today. Job well done. Give yourself a round of applause.
Like I said, y'all, I appreciate y'all even coming out and enjoying this session and this discussion of Ballroom and the stories out here, and a lot of jewels been dropped and on everything like that good stuff. Wow, it was a lot.
Thank you.
And I'm just thankful and grateful that you got to see it, that y'all was able to watch the view with me. Thank y'all for even joining and you coming out. Don't forget that tomorrow Latex Ball will be here. And all that good stuff. And also, don't forget, tomorrow, Jack's birthday ball. Oh, sorry, tomorrow, Sunday, Jack's birthday ball.
Thank you, everyone.
We see y'all.
Please look out for some.
Finally finished all that work. I'm ready to beat this game and get my little Arcadia mania going. Let's go.
Your boy Seraph on the track, nigga.
Gamers, get ready. Rumble War 93, the return of Jack's birthday ball.
Sell it. You hear me telling her to sell it. Move. Yes, bitch. What? After 9 hours, I finally beat it. Did I just beat it? You saw that? You saw After 9 hours, I made her sell the shit out of her face, darling. I made her sell her face. Proudly.
Who's going live? Where is the live?
Who got the live? Yo, Ty has the live, duh.
I give you a comment to then I twist. I packed it all up but not so quick. Now you both went right to my eyes. You wanna tune into the top but live from the off key and mainstream. And now you can see me on the big screen. Tap in, you know the vibe. Let's all tune into the top with the slide says. Get your L. Get your I. Get your motherfucking L-I-V-E live. Get your L. Get your I. Get your motherfucking L-I-V-E. Who got the lie? Who got the lie? Said who got the lie? Who got the lie? Said who got the lie? Who got the lie? I said Ty has the lie. I said who got the lie? Who got the lie? I said who got the lie? Who got the lie? I said who got the lie? Who got the lie? I said Ty has the lie.
Want some more?
Want some more? Want some more? Want some more? Want some more?